Okay, check 1, 2. Testing, testing. Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me and if you can see me and how the connection is and how you're doing tonight. Comment down below to help boost the algorithm. Please hit the like button. It also helps boost the algorithm. I am trying to have these be earlier and earlier. We're getting there a little bit. But yeah, bear with me. And I appreciate everybody that does bear with me. I say it a lot, but, um, you know. So tonight I want to discuss a topic in general, and I want to look back on physics, and I want to also look forward on physics, and also I want to kind of reflect on where we're currently at, obviously. But in order to do that, we have to look back and we have to look forward. I guess we don't have to look forward, but maybe you do. In order to see the present truly, you have to look forward. I think that's actually true. I take that back. You do have to look forward, probably. But uh, I also we're going to show a couple clips from 2 videos that were put out. One of them was by the Last Theory YouTube channel, and he had Stephen Wolfram on recently, and the other clips are going to be from a video that Sabine Hossenfelder put out, who's a physicist who's very popular on YouTube. She makes a lot of science content. I guess you could say now she's probably more of a science communicator than anything else, but I believe she technically is an accredited physicist. So they both put out some videos that I think are important to add some context to the discussion that we're going to have tonight, which is, why did physics appear to abandon the concept of God and in the past, and why does it currently look like it is going to reverse course and start, I guess, incorporating God into the discussion a lot more? And I will say to start is that it never got rid of that discussion in its theorizing. It definitely did attempt to, and there's multiple factors at play that are the various reasons for this. I don't know exactly the single reason. I don't think there is a single reason, but there definitely is multiple reasons why this has occurred, and we're going to talk about some of them, and I'm sure I will miss some of them. So if I do, and you think there's some that I'm missing, please comment them in live chat. I will try and get to everybody's questions tonight. I hope everyone's doing well, and I'm excited for the stream. So physics, first, before anything else, we need to kind of define physics, because I think we've lost the definition. And I've said a lot of this before on many streams, but kind of want to condense the narrative a bit on this one regarding the specific topics that I laid out in the beginning. And that physics has changed in its definition. And part of that is because of the quantum revolution in the first half of the 20th century. It changed how we discuss physics, and to change how you discuss physics is to change the field. You can't change how you discuss it, anything. You can't change how you label something, how you describe something, and not change how you perceive something and how you conceive of something. So we've done that with physics. Physics used to be about actions that were physically perceivable or within the universe. How does heat get conducted, and what is light, and or how does light behave? How does mass behave? These are the types of questions that kind of moved physics for quite a while, and people call it Newtonian physics. And then you had obviously this kind of split from the Newtonian perspective of physics, which was about uh, explaining and predicting the actions of matter within the physically perceived universe. That's what it was. And now it's very different. And the reason for that is because, like I said, at the beginning of the 20th century, you had the quantum revolution where the standard model really took shape, and you had nuclear physics was blossoming, and we had nuclear bombs and we had nuclear power plants be the result of that. And after, you had the creation of the standard model and the prediction of various particles. And then you also had Einstein and the, I guess you could say, relativistic revolution. And that's due to, obviously, the theory of general relativity, which is about the structure of space-time. And people will say that the theory of general relativity is about the very large, and that the quantum mechanics and the standard model are about the very small. That's not correct. It might be what people think today, but that's actually not correct at all. We will what these are different perspectives of the world that are trying to be reconciled. And you reconcile them by realizing that they're two different perspectives and that they're not two, I guess, different models about the same perspective on the world. It's you realize that these are, or you unify them by recognizing that they're two different perspectives on the same world, essentially. One of them is from the inside out, and one of them is kind of from the outside in type of perspective. I mean, really, they're both from the inside out, because we are inside the universe. We cannot really escape that. But they're still two different perspectives, and we'll get into that a bit. But what this did is it changed physics, because it changed it from that which is physically perceivable, whether that's from touching something that is hot or cold, or measuring something's temperature, or measuring the force that is inflicted by a certain mass moving at a specific speed. These were things that could be measured, predicted, observed by us on our level of experience. And it changed physics into a field that was about that which was beyond our level of experience. Quantum mechanics is not thought of to be on your level of experience, and neither is general relativity. And this is really what happened. Is it's not relevant about, and it's not true about the idea that one is about the very small, one of them is about the very large. It's much more important to realize that the shift for both of those was that it was physics moved towards describing and trying to predict that which was beyond our physical perception as individuals. And it succeeded in some ways, because obviously we had the nuclear revolution, and we made nuclear power, and we made nuclear bombs, and those were definitely physically perceivable. Some people perceived the accident at Chernobyl through various different senses, and same thing goes with the hydrogen bomb. And the technology, especially weapons technology, is a passion of mine. It's an interest, I guess. I don't know if it's a passion, but it's an interest. And I'm just I'm a martial artist, and I'm fascinated by humanity's ability to advance its ways of combat, I guess. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of these things. It just means that I'm interested in them. And so I research a lot about how we've used physics in that pursuit over, the centuries, and including how we are expecting or hoping. I'm not saying hoping, but some people are hoping to use it moving forward. And this is where you can have an overlap of where the physics of that which is beyond your perception, it kind of blends into the physics that is in your perception. And so that's always been the case, though, to some degree. And it's just very exaggerated when it comes to nuclear physics. But when it comes to just conceptualization, we really did take a turn when we divorced physics from the study of understanding that which is physically perceivable. That means physically perceivable to humans, even if that means using somewhat augmented tools or augmenting tools to enhance your perception abilities, but not. But it still allows for you to perceive things on an individual level, not, CERN. CERN, nobody's perceiving anything on an individual level. Everybody there is interpreting things that they aren't actually perceiving on an individual level at all. It's very, very, very divorced from your physical experience. And this made it so that we are no longer able to intuit anything in physics. If you can't understand it via your personal experiences, then you can't intuit anything about it. And so we're going to talk about how we can actually change this, and how even quantum mechanics we can shift our perspective on quantum mechanics and realize what it's really looking at, and then we can actually use it to make to intuit predictions on even our level, and or from experiences on our level, and use it to make predictions on a quantum level. I guess you could say, I hate to say a quantum level, because quantum just means one. To say quantum level it makes it seem like quantum means the very small. Quantum is a quantization of something. It's the discretization of anything. That's what it means. A quantum is like a one of something. It's a count of something. So that's really what that word really means, and it doesn't mean the very small. And it's not only a physics word. It was a word that was used in language before physics, just not very, probably not very commonly. I don't know. Wasn't there. But and we had a number of, apart from that, we had a number of changes in how we educate people from the around the same time on I believe, actually, thinking back on it now, as we had this kind of split revolution in physics, which is general relativity and quantum mechanics, from this Newtonian I guess perspective on physics, which was much, much more sentience oriented. And it's no longer that. And it's because we're trying to describe things that are beyond physical perception. And so nothing is intuitive anymore. And pull this up. So when we talk about physics, like I said, how you describe its concepts and the language that you use is completely framing and entirely contextualizing of your entire efforts. And so what that means is that you are constrained depending on the words that you use, and not just on the context that you have, but on the words that you use. And if you have no more context, because it's not about that which is physically perceivable, it's about that which is way off in, far-reaching, the far reaches of the galaxy and the universe. That's just the narrative, obviously, that it's about what's all around us, but still, it's thought of as that which is very far off and, on very large scales, and that you just could never perceive. And or it's about that which is so minuscule that you'll just never be able to understand it. And also there, you combine that with this narrative in quantum mechanics, what kind of, I think, who was it? I forgot who said this, but he said, he was a famous physicist. He said, if you think that you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics. I think that is an insane statement. And it's actually counterproductive. It's one of those stupid, like, cliches, I guess. If you think you understand. Okay. It was Feynman. He said, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. Or it's attributed to him. It's a quote attributed to him. That quote alone is so destructive to our investigations into how the universe works. It's ridiculous. And basically he's saying that, first of all, I mean, it's kind of counterproductive because that was that's what he was trying to do in his job. And I'm not even saying he didn't make progress. I'm just saying, like, don't say you can't understand it. That's basically what that statement means. If you think that you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. That means you can't understand quantum mechanics. And this is coming from a man who devoted his life to trying to understand quantum mechanics. At least I believe that was his focus, if that's what he said. It's been a little while since I really delved into the history of physics too much, but a few years. And when you have a kid, those years fly by. I will have my daughter on, by the way, and my wife for a stream probably around Valentine's Day. And we'll talk about family and babies and the development of human consciousness and marriage and all kinds of things. But it should be very interesting stream. My daughter is taking her first steps right now, so that is a monumental leap. I'm kind of waiting until after that happens, and not waiting till after, I guess waiting till after that happens, but that will happen. It is happening right now, so it's happening before then. So kind of waiting for her to become a full person. And she said her name for the first time the other day. So you can walk and you can say your name. I'd say you are a person. You're a person before that, but you're much more, I guess, autonomous person. So Richard Feynman was an American theoretical physicist. He was best known for his work in the path integral formulation of quantum mechanics, and the theory of quantum electrodynamics, and the physics of superfluidity and supercooled liquid helium, and in particle physics. For which he proposed the proton model. The parton model, not the proton model, sorry, the parton model is a model of hadrons such as protons and neutrons proposed by Richard Feynman and is useful in interpreting. Interesting. I've never heard of the parton model, actually. Interesting. Okay, we'll talk about this parton idea one day. This is actually fascinating. I didn't know that he proposed that. Obviously, we use essentially a different model now, but not really. But anyways, so this quote of, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics, is a stupid quote. It's a bad idea. I don't want to say, I don't know if to say it's a stupid quote is the right word, but because it at least comes off as pretty judgmental, which I mean, that's kind of how I feel about it, but it is a bad statement because it's false and it's destructive. It's false to the point of being destructive because it's like it's self-contradicting almost. It's like worse than being false. than just a normal false quote. It's like saying consciousness is an illusion. That is the same type of thing as saying if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. It's the same thing as saying what's another one? Consciousness is an illusion, or like man, I just had an example, but it's just a self-contradicting statement. It's a self-undermining statement by anyone who states it, especially somebody who devotes their life to the study of it. Like it's like, a philosopher saying consciousness is just an illusion and devoting their, thesis to it. Like I've said, I've met a number of philosophy students who have done that. What's up, memes? Let's go to the chat real quick. Footnotes to Plato. I completely agree with what you're saying. Physics has strayed too far from the intuition and has become detached from reality, and it's become pure abstraction. That's true. Once we learn to walk, watch out. Yeah, that's true. Once you learn to walk, watch out. I have to baby-proof my entire house sometime very soon. I don't know exactly when, but very soon. I recently published a paper you might like, titled Physics Within the Bounds of Feeling Alone. I would love that. Definitely check that out. I might even talk about that on a stream. The quote, that same Feynman quip about not understanding quantum mechanics. Yeah, it's a ridiculous quote. And but this was the main problem with physics. And the reason I think all of science moved away from God, like I said, we're going to talk about kind of where we've been, is almost probably an accident due to the expansion of the world, opening up people to various different theological traditions that they weren't normally, exposed to. And so then when we had the kind of standardization of school, what you have is you have people who are like, well, you need to teach this in school, and then you have science that comes out that seems to contradict some type of narrative in a theological tradition, which might not contradict it at all, probably not at all, like evolution. And then it's being taught by people that didn't actually involve themselves organically in any of in any of these fields at all, but really even in any of the studies, in any of the theories themselves, these teachers are not involved. And so you also have a bunch of people who are like, well, if you're going to teach this, then you must also teach this. So people said, if you're going to teach about God, then you have to also teach about evolution. And if you're going to teach about evolution, then you also have to teach about God. If you're going to teach about God and religion, then you have to teach about all the religions. And so now you have people who don't believe in any of this or don't understand any of this, even if they claim to believe in it, which you can't really believe in anything that you don't understand. And they are all simultaneously teaching these kind of narratives as if they are conflicting. And that is a huge problem for science, because it means now that science it has separated science from quote unquote religion, which is not a term that I like. I like to say theology or theological tradition, but science has now been separated from theology and philosophy, which is really, philosophy is kind of the bridge between theology and science. It is the bridge between anything and anything else in terms of just fields of study. It is the central field of study, because it's kind of like the field of the study of the self, which is essentially it's what must be understood in order to study anything else really effectively. So we've now divorced physics from philosophy. From a definitional standpoint, not from an actual practice, because you can't. But and we've divorced it from theology, again, from a definitional standpoint, but you can't. I don't even know if definitional standpoint is the right way to say it, but we've separated these things that can't be separated. And this is very obvious when you look at any physics discussion. They start talking about God, and it's like four atheists, or really anti-theists, but self-described atheists, philosophers, or physicists, not philosophers, but also philosophers, on a stage, and they're all now talking about God because of questions from the crowd, and they're all talking about consciousness. And the reason why is because you can't separate the study of consciousness from anything else, because consciousness is that which studies. And so we've drawn artificial boundaries, and it is obviously, as I've said many times on here, if you're familiar with my perspective, it is partially responsible, maybe entirely responsible, for the stagnation of science in general, but also of physics. I mean, science has become so incredibly pathological, to use a term that Eric Weinstein uses. He says, when growth is no longer present, fields essentially become pathological, or science, he was talking about science becomes pathological. What this is it starts to eat itself because it's looking for more, but there isn't seem to be any more there. So now we're just going to start to break apart everything that we have, whether that's consciously or not. So somebody recently said, I'm very into zoology, as I've talked about on here. I work with zoologists on various studies and things like that. And recently, they said a new anaconda was just discovered. And an anaconda it's the largest species of snake in the world. It's a very big boa from South America. And there's a few different quote unquote species, but again, that term has changed. It used to mean two organisms that cannot interbreed. That's what differentiated two different species. And that has very much been destroyed because of, honestly, probably captivity. We now can see that this species and that species from different continents that never would have met in the wild can interbreed, even though they look totally different. So it's kind of smashed, but we still said these are different species. And so it's kind of destroyed that definition. But now they're saying, oh, we discovered a new anaconda. They never discovered a new anaconda, guys. They just took one subspecies of anaconda, essentially, or one species of anaconda, and they split it into two for arbitrary reasons. They've done this to so many different species, or I don't even want to say species, but we'll say species for the sake of just general understanding. When I say species, most people understand kind of a working idea of what that means, even if it's not the definitional, the textbook definition, which would probably still be that two organisms that cannot interbreed, which that is not how it's used in science. And this is pathological science. I'm not saying that you don't continue to study beings that we've already discovered, but to say we've discovered new ones when really they just broke apart, the taxonomy of a species that was already known. This is pathological science. And it's because we have reached a point where basically it's like nobody wants to be an explorer anymore. And nobody even wants to be an astronaut anymore, because that used to be the explorer. After we discovered all the lands of the world, then people wanted to be an astronaut. It was just a new explorer. And then now we have probes that we send out, and they take pictures, and have taken pictures of every inch of every planet in the solar system. That doesn't mean the resolution is good enough to really see exactly what's going on there, and you wouldn't learn things by actually stepping foot on the surface of some of these places. But it also doesn't seem that interesting, because it doesn't seem like anything is alive according to the classical definition, at least, or the intuitive definition. And so now we just, I don't know, we just make weapons and try and make more money, because nobody's trying to explore it and do anything new and discover a new place. And the same thing is happening with science, where now everybody's trying to get a name for themselves. And you can get a name for yourself if you split up a species that already exists and make a new name for that one species over there that's newly described, and you name it after your father, who has the same last name as you. It's like, this is pathological science. But I might have gone on a bit of a rant, but this is the result of what I'm talking about and what we're going to talk about tonight. So let's go to the first clip. And there is this one clip on this video that was made by the Quantum Gravity Research Foundation. It's very good. I've discussed it many years ago, but we'll probably discuss it again at some point. And this video that they put out about, a fundamental theory of physics, and they said, it was this funny cartoon. It was like these different physicists throughout the ages arguing about whether or not the universe was information or energy or matter. And they were like, the universe is matter. It's made of matter. It's like somebody else comes in and goes, no, it's made of energy. Matter is energy, and so it's made of energy. And somebody else comes in and they say, no, it's made of information. They're like, no, it's made of energy. And he's like, no, information is energy. And all of this is kind of a useless discussion on when you're talking about fundamental physics. You're just running around in circles. You're just coming up with a new term for that which is able to be perceived or measured in some way. Matter is what matters. Information is what informs. And energy is our ability to kind of hack that into or perceive the transfer of those structures, so the change of those structures. That's really what it is. Energy is the transformation process of matter, which is what matters, or information, which is what informs. And right now we're having this discussion in physics that's kind of coming to a close, where people said, no, it's not information, it's computation. The universe is computation, which just means the universe changes. It's just it's able to inform us, and it changes. And there's causality that we can observe in it. That's all that means. It doesn't mean anything new. This is another example of pathological physics. It's arguing about whether or not it's matter or energy or information or computation. This is pathological physics. It's because nobody knows where to go. There's nothing new to be described. So they're saying, well, what's below matter? Energy. What's below energy? Information. What's below information? Computation. It's just the exact same thing that's happening in biology and zoology. And I don't even think they realize it, because otherwise, why would you do it? You can't name it after yourself like you can in zoology. So there's not a whole lot of, it doesn't have that incentive to it. So we're starting to change how we have to change how we're perceiving these things in order to perceive a new degree of freedom. And so I said on here before that Stephen Wolfram, this was a few years ago, was making a lot of progress in the structures that he was creating, and I could just tell in the way that he was kind of looking at physics. And then, but he started to say that the universe is fundamentally computation. That is not a helpful statement. That doesn't mean we can't formulate a helpful statement, but it's not a helpful statement. It doesn't mean anything that we don't already know, that things exist and things change. That's what it means to say the universe is computational, and that it appears to have some kind of causality to it. Like you can't just do whatever you want necessarily. There is constraints and to that change. And so, but then he started to say, well, there's atoms of space. Starting to say, well, we realize that matter can be discretized, and I'll play a clip in a minute, and that now we got to do this with space, and now we got to do this with time. This is also just very much not helpful, but it is. But then he hit on one realization in the past 2 years, it seems, and I called that he was going to do this. It's on record from many of my streams before he did it, which is that he's going to realize that the rules are due to the constraints and degrees of freedom of perception itself. And so now he has observer theory. And observer theory is essentially, its main premise is that the laws of physics are that which appear to be the way that they are due to us being the types of beings that we are. Essentially, we are the types of observers that we are, and that's the reason for us perceiving the laws of physics that we perceive. That's the main premise of observer theory. And the term observer theory is really getting much more fundamental. It's actually a great term, and I completely agree with what he's saying. It's very much exactly it's aligned with sentient singularity theory. You know, when I talk about these Calabi-Yau manifolds in they're talking about in string theory, even these six-dimensional manifold structures at every point in space and time. What does that really mean? Is that it's everywhere that you look. You need to think about it like that. Instead of thinking about it as it's this six-dimensional manifold structure that appears at every point in space and time. What it really is it is a six-dimensional manifold structure that appears everywhere that you look in space and time. You know, so that's what which is like the order of operation in math, operations in mathematics. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, or the primary and secondary colors. This is also it's this binary triadic structure that is this manifold structure that is due to our minds. I believe, according to sentient singularity theory in my work, it's due to our minds perceiving, you know, having perceiving some observation, and then it's taking the information that's relevant and it's organizing it into a hierarchy and differentiating it and arranging it into a causal chain. And so basically you get this differentiation structure, which is binary, and then you get this triadic structure, which is it's multiple things, but it's a hierarchical perspective, and it's also a causal perspective. You're looking at things and saying this leads to this, which leads to this, and you're also saying this is higher in the hierarchy of prioritization due to whatever our goal is when we are perceiving that observation, and which is higher than this, which is higher than this. So because of your mind is doing that, it's organizing information into this interpretable, navigatable, oriented picture or map that you can now maneuver within. And so that's what I'm predicting as a Calabi-Yau manifold. But in physics, they don't predict that it is that. And it's because they've divorced it from physics being the study of that which is perceivable by us. Somebody said, Professor Dave Explains, who we've talked about on here, some of his arguments on here before, who has a memory that I'm jealous of a little bit. Like, that guy can remember so many things. And so he has his talents, but he's a decent teacher of things that already, have been described. But when he says physics is about math, that's not true. Math is a linguistic framework that is a tool that is used by many different fields, but physics being, one of them. That's what it is. Physics is not about math. Physics is about that which is physically perceived or physically impactful. It's about, I don't even want to say the physical, but that which is physically impactful or physically perceived as being physically impactful. Because we need to shift our descriptions and our linguistic, strategy when it comes to physics, from describing that which is fundamental, even more fundamental than you, to describing that which is perceivable by you and doesn't necessarily exist beyond you. And this is how you're going to actually be able to start intuiting physics again, and that's how you make progress. So, first clip, after I go to the chat again. Feynman did come up with a directional a direct action interpretation of quantum mechanics, which Kramer later turned into a transactional interpretation, and today with Ruth Castor has integrated with relativity. Interesting. I need to look more into that. Uh, I'll have to find and follow your channel as well. Then footnotes. Footnotes to Plato, that his channel, which is Matthew, I believe Siegel is how you pronounce it. I apologize if it's Seagal instead of Siegel, but his channel is linked in the description of my stream 2 streams ago. And he did a conversation with Kurt that was very good, and I have his channel linked in that video if that is helpful to anybody. But you can also just look up footnotes to Plato, I would imagine. Where was I? Right here. This was first clip about that, from that clip with Stephen Wolfram that was on the Last Theory YouTube channel. All these videos are linked below too.
Sticking with space for the moment. I've always wondered why space is three-dimensional. In your model, is that an emergent property of the model, or
we don't know yet?
Okay. I was wondering also whether it's a position in the Rudyard that we interpret space as three-dimensional.
So here's what I suspect. So first thing to say is that if we think about what is space, for much of human history, that hasn't been a question that anybody thinks to ask. Euclid just sort of said space is this background, and we put points at different places in space. The very first common notion of Euclid is a point is that which has no part. There are indivisible points which can be placed sort of anywhere in space. So in a sense, the first thing you have to get over is the idea that space is made of something. In a sense, I've now kind of understood a little bit about sort of the arc of history that leads to this. Back in antiquity, everybody was arguing, is everything discrete, made of atoms or something, or continuous, kind of flowing? And for millennia, nobody knew. It wasn't clear whether matter was made of discrete things or was continuous. Eventually, by the end of the 19th century, yes, molecules, atoms, and so on exist. Matter is discrete. Then, people became clear that you could think of photons as existing. Light is discrete as well. What about space? A thing that I've only learned in the last couple of years, really, is how convinced most physicists were at the beginning of the 20th century that space would turn out to be discrete. But it just didn't work. There wasn't the relativity. You couldn't sort of fit relativity in with this idea of discreteness in space. And so by about 1930, people kind of gave up. And then it was, well, let's just do it the way Euclid set it up and have space be continuous and this sort of background kind of thing. But so one of the key ideas is, well, let's actually have space have a structure. Let's have it be made of things. That's something that's kind of natural if you think computationally, because we know sort of this robust notion of computation on discrete kinds of things. We don't really know how to set up computation on purely continuous kinds of things. It doesn't seem to be as robust a notion there. So one's kind of led by the idea of computation to think, well, could space be discrete? And the sort of what people had tried to do in the early part of the 20th century was to make sort of a lattice like a crystal in space, and that just didn't work. And that was a thing I'd realized in the early 90s that.
Okay, so this is another issue with how we discuss this. When we ask a question, it needs to be if it's going to help. People, they tell you in school there's no such thing as a bad question, but I totally disagree with that. A bad question is one that has no answer or that is irrelevant to the goal. And so one of my mentors in zoology, I used to keep these lizards when I was younger. They're called monitor lizards. They're the smartest of all reptiles, and a Komodo dragon is a type of monitor lizard. And I wanted to get another one to pair with one that I already had, and I went to this zoologist that I know that works for them, and I was like, I was always told this guy was mean, and he was the most famous zoologist when it comes to this specific family of animals in the world. And he was a famous herpetologist, which is the one who studies reptiles and amphibians. And I called him up and I was like, do you have, and I was 13, but I was like, a borderline autistic 13-year-old that was like obsessed with animals. And I don't know, I was like talking to zoologists at like 13. And so I called him up, I got his number, and like I said, everybody told me that he was mean. And I was like, do you have any of this type of lizard? And he was like, yep. And I was like, um, well, how many do you have? And I asked him that because I was just, I didn't know what else to say after that. And because I asked him, do you have any of these types of lizards? Yep. Do you have any available males? Yep. I didn't know what else to ask. And I froze up because I was 13. And I was like, well, how many do you have? And he just stopped me and he goes, well, what do you care? You only want one. And I sat back and I was speechless and I just thought about it and I was like, that is true. And it made me think from then on about the relevancy of questions much more deeply. And it was such a lesson for me, and it was my first conversation with him. And most people would be like, "He really is mean," but I didn't take it that way. I was, just really, I don't know, odd, I guess. And I was just like, "Wow, yeah, that's true." And I'll never forget it. It was like a defining moment of my life. This second question or third question that I asked this zoologist, who went on to become, very important mentor of mine, whom I might even have on this channel at some point. But and he's very well known for discussing the sentience and complex social interactions of various different animals, birds, reptiles, mammals, which is not always assumed. Even today, people don't assume that a lot of animals have complex social interactions, especially or complex feelings, especially if they aren't able to express themselves in ways that's obvious to us, usually vocally and quick enough for us to observe in a moment. You look over there, you see a puppy crying, you understand, like, okay, I get what's going on there. But if an animal moves at a speed that's slower and doesn't vocalize in a loud enough for you to hear, it's hard to understand exactly what's going on. You have to look much more closely. But he taught me an important lesson, and it really made me think about, like, what is a good question? And then Eric Weinstein also said another component of this, which is what is important for a good question, which is one that has an answer. So if the answer is both to a question, then you cannot ask it as an A or B question. So this right here, this thing that people ask about sometimes on my stream, that I don't show enough, is a tool. It's a piece of art called the Kinectrica. It's just a dynamic sculpture that you can buy online. And I got it because it reminded me of my cosmological verse model, but also because I knew I could use it to illustrate the concept of superposition. Okay, this is a very important concept to understand when it comes to understanding or advancing or increasing your understanding of anything, but especially something that is a dynamic structure, which would include quantum mechanics, very much so. But so imagine this is a thing, this Kinectrica, and it's moving always. And I ask you, is it a square? And you're like, yeah. Or I ask you, do you see the square? And you're like, yes. Or I ask you, do you see the squares? Plural. You say yes. But it's a question about the same structure, but one of them implies that it's got this singularity to it, and the other one implies that it has this multiplicity to it. Both of them are true simultaneously, but what you focus on is dependent upon your question. And again, it's moving, it's dynamic. And so if I ask you, do you see the wave? It's like, yeah, you see that wave. And then if I ask you, do you see the spiral in the center? Right there, you can see it, that there's a spiral. So it's got all four of these perceivable structures in it. It's got this singularity of its squareness. It's got this multiplicity to its squareness. It's got this dynamicness to its squareness, I guess you could say, which is that it is a wave, this dynamicness to it. And then it also has this kind of internal structure to it, central structure, which is kind of this connective structure, which is a spiral through the center. And if I ask you, though, is this a spiral or a square? That's a bad question. If I ask you, is this a square or is it squares? That's a bad question. It's both. If I ask you, is this a wave or is it a particle, meaning, or is it a square? That's a bad question because the answer is both. And so a question has to be able to have an answer in order for it to be a good question. And those are some examples of bad questions, are questions that are either or when the answer is both. Is a coin heads or tails? And I don't throw it. I'm just like, you're just thinking about, is a quarter, or a penny, is it heads or tails? Not did it land on heads or tails, but is it heads or tails? It's both heads and tails. It has one side that's heads and one side that is tails. And so, and you can't look at both sides at the same time, which is fascinating. So, but both simultaneously do exist in the definition of this thing in order for it to be truly, fully defined and fully conceptualized and fully understood. You have to know that a coin has a head side and a tail side, even when you can't see both. But you can know that heads is on the other side when you see the tail side, or you can know that tails is on the other side when you see the head side. So these are just kind of examples of bad questions. Another bad question is the universe continuous or is it discrete? Bad question. Because that which is discrete is that which is perceived as a discrete structure, as a isolated, defined structure, keyword defined structure. And by who, really? You could say by what, but the reality is that the better question is by who? By you, by me, by anyone who is an observer. So as Stephen Wolfram's theory now is proposing, which is that we perceive the laws of physics that we perceive due to us being the types of observers that we are, he needs to take this really holistically, this concept, because it is ever present and ever applicable. So it's not a good question to try and to ask, is the universe discrete, or is matter discrete, or is it continuous? You've defined it as discrete when you said, is matter, ? It's already contextualized as discrete because you're looking for something, and a thing is discrete. And so if you're going to define it as, energy, and you're like, is energy this, then it's about change. So now you would say, like, it's continuous because it's now or it's perceived as continuous because it's about a process from A to B, which is like the bridge from A to B, which is kind of continuous. And so how we discuss this stuff is entirely constraining, and physicists have no idea. Most of them, not all of them, a lot of them are starting to come around to realizing some of this, but you really have to internalize and then externalize this concept of observer theory, which is that what the laws of physics that we perceive are the way that appear to be the way they are because we are the types of observers that we are, and also of the place. That means also of the place that we are at in the cosmos. So we've lost this idea of a hierarchy of being, and because of this, it's lost for our ability to contextualize us in relationship with anyone else, which is actually what's key to understanding physics. The perception of physics, or that which is physically perceived, is about understanding the relationship between one and another. It's not about understanding the relationship between this thing and that thing. It's about understanding the relationship between this someone and that someone. And so we're going to get into that a bit. I think during one of the mathematical metaphysics live streams, the approximate dimension of meta-mathematical space was 3. What does that mean, though? He says that in this memes. Wolfram says that in this clip. He says approximately, 3. It's like, that's what are you talking about? We'll get to it. Maybe you can elaborate in the chat, but I'll play where he basically says that.
If you think about space as this kind of network of discrete points, these kind of atoms of space.
But to say an atom of space, it's like, this is not defining space. The issue is that he's defining space or anyone who says this is kind of trying to understand space as having this discretization aspect to it, and that there's some type of perspective that we could look at the universe that would show us the atoms of space. This is undermining of the concept of space, which is a practical concept. Then it comes from our ability to perceive our maneuverable degrees of freedom. And if you do that, you're going to change the definition of dimension and everything else, and it's going to nothing's going to mean anything. This is exactly what's happening in physics. That's when they say there's actually 11 dimensions. It's like they don't know what those other dimensions are beyond 4, and those 4 are those additional ones. You can't say there's additional ones if you can't even define what they would potentially be or probably be in your model. Not potentially, like they could be, I don't know, very, very small, or, as Michio Kaku said once, you need to be able to explain them, these dimensions. Dimension, I think the best definition for dimension is that which is a perspective of a degree of freedom or a constraint, which is kind of simultaneously perceived. You can't perceive a hallway, which is a degree of freedom, without perceiving the walls of the hallway and the ceiling and the floor. So there's these 4 constraints that you perceive that allow you to even orient within or understand this degree of freedom that you have, which is to walk, back and forth through a hallway. And it's the same thing as the heads and tails thing. It's like you can't really look at both at the same time. But people say it's a dimension is a degree of freedom. It's not just a degree of freedom. It's a perspective. I said this to Eric Weinstein once. I said, is it better to say that a dimension is a perspective? Or I said, if a dimension is a perspective, and he was like, wait, and he stopped me and he's like, it's not a perspective, it's a degree of freedom. It's like, we could define it as that, but we don't. We really define it as a degree of freedom or a constraint, because time is not a degree of freedom that we maneuver along. It's an objective constraint, or it's an extrinsic constraint in my model of kind of space-time, which is actually reorients us around a goal, which is, and you can go forwards towards a goal or backwards away from your goal. And those are the 2 degrees of freedom that are, in, I guess, space, but it's really within change. It's a better way of putting it. Within the context of change, you can go forwards towards a goal or backwards away from your goal as 2 degrees of freedom. And then you have an intrinsic constraint, which you are always in your current location or present moment. And you have this extrinsic constraint, which is that of causality beyond you, which is really time. So it's a little different than length, width, height, and time, or X, Y, Z and time, which is not. There's a reason why we perceive that, which is due to these 4 primary perspectives that I talk about all the time, that are the foundation of sentient singularity theory and my metaphysics work, which are, these 4 simultaneously perceived and co-defining perspectives that allow for that are built into every single perception, which is right here. This is why we perceive the 4, anything, the 4 north, south, east, and west, up, down, left, and right. North, south, east, and west is kind of like general relativity, and then you have this up, down, left, and right thing, which is basically like quantum mechanics. And it's this internal, inside-out looking perspective, first-person perspective versus this third-person perspective. That's really what it is. But it's due to this. It's due to your mind basically looking at anything, and this is how you understand it, is by understanding it as inside, outside, separate, and oneness. These four perspectives. Anything can be, and its relationship with you or anyone else or anything else is able to be understood within the context of these four primary perspectives that are co-defining. So inside means separate and oneness. Outside means separate from oneness. Oneness, is inside and outside of separateness, and separate is inside or outside of oneness, essentially. And this is, I mean, this is, I think, probably it's just the fundamental philosophical model, probably. I mean, because it's just the fundamental model of perspective, the four primary perspectives. Just as in physics we have, the four fundamental forces, there's four primary perspectives, I believe, that are these. That's the central initial model that's found in my work. But this model is how you orient anything or anyone, or your conceptualization of anything or anyone, and of yourself. So I'd say I'm separate from you, but I'm one with my cells. My cells are inside of me. Okay, they are inside of me. What does that mean? It means they are separate and one with me. I've said on here before, this kind of perspective even answers political, moral questions that we have in politics, like, involving abortion. People say, is a fetus or unborn baby, is that separate or one with the mom? Is it her body or is it a separate body? It's like, it's inside, and so it's both. So we're asking a bad question. And when we ask, is the universe discrete or continuous, this is, again, a bad question. And yeah, I mean, that you just got to realize that the advance of physics is going to come from people who try to understand themselves as best as possible. And guess what? You can understand yourself better than you can understand anything else, because you can't really understand anything else without first understanding yourself. I said on a recent stream that you can't hope to understand the world until you have a little bit of an understanding of you and your place, because that tells you your place in it. That helps you understand the nature of the world around you, which is of a similar nature to you. So he goes on to talk about hypergraphs, and I actually think that he's onto something. And I've said on here before, I don't think that my work or my theory it's not in conflict or it's not competing with anyone else's fundamental theories, unless your theory is Sean Carroll's Many Worlds, which is just a really, really runaway idea that has gone way off the deep end, because it's actively attempting to avoid sentient creator, an initial sentience, which is God. And so you get this many worlds idea, which doesn't give you anything interesting or useful at all. It's just the laws of physics in the universe that we perceive here are the way that they are because everything exists, and so this must exist. Which isn't actually an explanation for the laws of physics that we perceive. It is a trick into making you think that you have explained why we perceive the laws of physics that we perceive. But really what you're saying is we perceive the laws of physics that we perceive because those are the ones that we perceive. It's like, or that the laws of physics are, that's not even it. It's that he would say the laws of physics of our universe are what they are because that's the laws. That's it. You just happen to be in the universe that has those laws, and so you can see those laws. That's why we're all here. It doesn't explain anything. It just tricks you into thinking that you've solved it. But it doesn't actually explain anything. It doesn't give you any predictive abilities at all. And that's how you can always tell that you don't understand something, is if your conceptualization of it does not allow for you to make connections into additional concepts and fields, or, I don't know, goals, whatever they may be, and which means like you don't have any predictive abilities. So let me tell you about a predictive ability that I had with physics years ago. I was thinking about quantum mechanics, and I was thinking about sentience and how sentience is the fundamental nature of existence, or we had to assume that it was, at least. And so if we have to assume that it is because we are sentient, and that's our most first-person understanding and our most truest and deepest understanding of the nature of existence is that it has the nature of sentience, because we understand that firsthand. We have to assume that of existence in general. And so, because we exist, and you're going to ask about existence, then you have to ask about the existence that exists, which is you, and assume that that's what existence is, because as far as you understand, that is what existence is. There is no existence that you know of that is beyond you. There's existence that you assume beyond you, but there isn't actually an existence that you know of that's beyond you. And you can't not know of your existence, or else there's no you. And so I assumed this, and I started trying to think about what are the scales of sentience, which is, I believe, I've stated on here before, that I think the mathematical loop space model of Bott periodicity is actually the mathematics of this scaling of sentience, which is this 7, 8, 9 level, depending on how you're counting and where you start and where you end, cycle of nested sentient beings within other sentient beings. Or I guess nested is all you need to say, because that's what that means. But which is, Bott periodicity is about loop spaces, which is loops within loops. It's like, what is a sentience? It's like a self-referential loop. And this, but I was thinking down, what about the levels below us? I was like, okay, if we, on my level that I have firsthand understanding with, which is we have male and female, right? That is the level. And that I have firsthand understanding of is these two different particles that are kind of necessary in order to have a whole, which is male and female. And I was like, then, if the marriage is the nuclear family is the same as the nucleus of an atom, then protons are males and essentially are like, they're the masculine structure of sentient structure on the hadronic scale, I guess you could say. And then I was like, and then electrons are females, because I was like, protons are positive and electrons negative. This was wrong. And it was easy to tell because it didn't allow for the predictive abilities that I was expecting, or to predict the structures that I was expecting to see. And it also, an electron is not a composite structure like a proton or a neutron. And so what this did is this allowed me to understand women much better, because I was like, women aren't the negative charge. The feminine is not the negative, it's the neutral charge. It's that which is reactive, and then there's that which is active. And those are really the only two that could exist. It's not positive and negative. These are perspectives that we can perceive within a dynamic space, just like entropy is not, it's not a fundamental, which is kind of like a negative perception of order, but that's not a fundamentally true I guess process. It's when it comes to just the generation of that which is fundamental, which is sentience. So sentient beings are not entropic if sentience continues after, especially after death. But it doesn't matter. That's another topic. But the point is that I was thinking, side tangent a bit. I was trying to think about what what would be the male and female, and obviously the nucleus of an atom is proton and neutron, which is positive and neutral, which is really active and reactive. That structures. There, one structure is active, it is charged. The other structure is not charged. It's not negatively charged, it's not charged, and it adopts the charge of that which is around it. And this actually helped me make many predictions about women that ended up coming true, and I can say that as a married man. And I say that lovingly, not in any other, not in any denigrating way. It allowed me to understand my wife much more, which it was a wonderful thing. It's my favorite person in the world. And then that's kind of from a first-hand perspective. From a third-hand predictive ability, I looked at humans and human marriages, and I was like, if you look at the marriage structure that appears in all human civilizations throughout time, it's always one man and one woman in general, but sometimes it's one man and multiple women, but it's never multiple men and one woman, ever. There's no stable marriage structure in which that occurs in any society ever throughout human history. Any society that has tried that ceases to be a society. And this made me think. And I was like, I wonder if you would perceive this within the isotopes on the atomic level. And I looked, and it turns out that is the case. There are, in general, every element in the periodic table has a certain number of protons and also a certain number of neutrons. And then there are various isotopes of that element, and in which the number of neutrons is different from the number of protons, but it's always equal to or more, other than one circumstance, I believe, which is where there's 2 protons and no neutron, which is an interesting observation in physics, and maybe is worth thinking about on our level. I'm not saying claiming to understand it. I don't, but I recognize that it's an exception, and it seems to be stable in quantum physics. So protons, no neutrons. I believe that's the structure. 2 protons. Helium has 2 protons because it is yeah, of course it's helium. That's but a nucleus with 2 protons and no neutrons is called a diproton. It is considered an isotope of helium, specifically referred to as helium-2, which is okay. I guess it is extremely unstable and decay. Well, that actually might make sense too, but it is an isotope, and but all stable isotopes, I believe, have none of them have more protons than neutrons. I think it's been a few years. Or helium-3 actually is the only. I knew there was one exception. It's helium-3. It's 2 protons and 1 neutron. Interesting. But the point is that I'm going to look more into it, but there's one exception. The rest are all consistent. It's like every atom is 1 proton, 1 neutron, or sometimes there is a stable isotope where there's 1 proton and multiple neutrons. And I've been raising a kid, guys, for the past year. I'm a little rusty on my quantum physics, but I used to know this a lot better. But So I would hope you give me some grace. But and if I'm wrong, though, comment in the comment section where if I'm wrong on anything that I ever say on here, and I will highlight it. But helium-3, an atom with 2 protons and 1 neutron. Is helium-3, let's look this up, is helium. But it allowed me, the point is it allowed me to have predictive ability, which is like I could predict that it would be normative for there to be isotopes with more neutrons than protons, not isotopes with more protons than neutrons. So isotopes, more neutrons. I haven't thought about this in a while, but atoms of each chemical element have defining and same number of protons and electrons, but crucially not neutrons, whose number can vary. Atoms with the same number of protons but different number of neutrons are called isotopes. Yes, by definition, isotopes of an element can have the same number of protons but a different number of neutrons, meaning that most isotopes will have either the same number of the same or more neutrons than protons, depending on the specific isotope. It's right here, exactly. The same or more. This models human marriage structures. And you can make that prediction by realizing that physics is, even quantum physics, if it's about hadrons, is about probably sentient beings. Protons and neutrons are probably the first instantiation of sentient beings, other than God, or the universe itself, you could say, which theists would call creation, which I believe is a sentient being in and of itself. But within the universe, the first instantiation of sentient beings would, according to my work with sentient singularity theory, is protons and neutrons, not quarks. But what this does is this allows us to look at quantum mechanics and what we observe from a third-person perspective and project it onto a first-person perspective and understand things about our spouses. And it also make predictions that, I'm saying from my experience turned out to be true about our spouses and about the opposite sex, and also can be taken from our first-person perspective and projected into a third-person perspective onto protons and neutrons, and you would make predictions about the isotopes of atoms. Look this up. Can you have more protons than neutrons? I know that there's one exception. Helium and protium, ordinary hydrogen, are the only stable nucleotides. Here we go. Helium and protium, ordinary hydrogen, which is just a single proton with no neutron, I believe, are the only stable nucleotides with more protons than neutrons. And this protium doesn't matter because it doesn't count because there's no neutron. But helium-3, there's 2, I guess there is 2 protons and 1 neutron, which is fascinating. But it's the only one, the only stable isotope. And it might not count because I believe it, for some reason, it doesn't count. We just don't know what that reason is, but it has something to do with the fact that there's only 1 proton. There's only 1 proton. That's the commonality between these two, is that there's only 1 proton. Or no, there's only 1, sorry about that. Helium-3 has 2 protons. Helium-3 occurs as a primordial nucleotide escaping from Earth's crust into the atmosphere. Helium-3. 2 protons, yeah, that's what I mean. 2 protons. And 2 neutrons. Oh wait, no, that's, okay, sorry. That didn't make any sense. I was like confused. 2 protons and 1 neutron, yeah. So that's the only one, which is fascinating. I wonder how what implications this holds for human structures. I'm not saying that we would understand it right away. I'm just saying it's interesting. And I'm going to think more about it again. I used to think a lot about it, and then I started thinking about other things. But I did think about this a lot a few years ago, about 4 years ago. And but this is what I mean by, like, you need to understand, in order to make predictions about physics, you need to start having a conceptualization of physics again that is understood from a first-person perspective. And realize, I believe that this will make us realize that our interaction that we can have with each other will map to models in quantum mechanics. They will have the same dimensions, same manifold structure, essentially. And it's just an inevitability, I think. But you'll see the same patterns on every scale. And so, but you have to know what those scales are. So when people say mineral consciousness and plant consciousness and animal consciousness and Gaia, which is Earth, planetary consciousness, I don't believe these are correct. You're stuck in size is the problem. And you're doing the same thing where you're like, it's like pathological physics. It's like you're trying to get more fundamental, but you're sticking with size. How are you going to get more fundamental than general relativity if you're sticking with size as a defining category, or as a definitional category? You just can't. You have to try and understand what's responsible for the perception of size, not try and orient, the universe in terms of different scales of size. It's about relationships that are fundamental relationships, which is assembly and singularity relationships between a whole, one singular structure that has other singular structures within it, and that form an assembly that is also the whole. And you would want those structures to be the most fundamental structures, which must be assumed to be sentient beings. So we're talking about sentiences within sentiences. This is how you understand the scaling of growth in the universe. Fundamentally, everything else is emergent from this structure. So protons and neutrons within atoms within molecules, and which I would imagine there's definitely sentient molecules. Proteins are an example. I don't know if every molecule is sentient, but proteins probably. And proteins make up cells, and they are within cells. And people that say a cell is an assembly of organelles. No, it's not. That's like saying you're an assembly of organs. You are not. Your body is an assembly of organs, but you are an assembly of cells. Like, because you are not just a body. You are a sentient being, so you have to stick within the scaling of sentient beings. So you are an assembly of what type of sentience, I guess, or of other sentient beings, which would be cells. You can't, and organelles or organs within us, these are not sentient structures. They are like factories, but they're not sentient. It's like a factory is a structure, but it's perceivable and it fulfills a purpose and towards a specific goal, but it's not a sentient structure. So hypergraph structure of space happens. So I really do think he's onto something with this hypergraph of space, but he says that the time is kind of the links between the different connections of the hypergraph, which is probably true. This is very similar to like assembly time in assembly theory by Lee Cronin and Sarah Walker and others, where like assembly time is, it's not as it's kind of halfway between where we're currently at in physics and sentient singularity theory, but it doesn't focus on sentience, so it's not, I don't know how useful it will be, but the concept and the direction that they're going when it comes to organizing structures into a series or into a history of of causal events, essentially, which is assembly time, is much more in a line, much more fundamentally aligned with, what would be fundamentally true. But they don't have the nature quite there yet. And this is something that Stephen Wolfram kind of makes a similar error when his descriptions here, when he's talking about, and it's not just him, it's saying, well, we finally figured out in the 20th century that matter is discretized into photons and electrons, and he gives the example of a photon, and granted that's a force carrier particle. It's not a matter particle or fermion, which they should not be linked together. But even then, within the fermions, we need a context that kind of explains to us why these different structures exist. What makes a quark and not an electron, and where do they come from? You need a model that would explain this, like sentient singularity theory, which changes the terms for these, whereas a quark isn't called a quark anymore, and it's not just lumped in this bucket of fermions, which are matter particles, where there's quarks and there's electrons and neutrinos, which are I think they're the leptons. Again, I haven't studied quantum mechanics in a couple of years very deeply, but I will be getting back into it again. But the leptons, which is the electrons and neutrinos, I believe, and then the quarks are the two different types of fermions. But what is a lepton? Where does a lepton come from versus where does a quark come from? It doesn't tell us. It just recognizes that they're different, and that isn't enough, though. You need a context that explains why they're different in order to make predictive abilities about what is this structure that we are looking at. And so in sentient singularity theory, quarks are called force points. They're essentially like the fingers of God. And this gives context to they're like the initial push, and also the manipulation of that which is within the world, and the initial orientation and manipulation. It's like, why is there 2 protons and 1 neutron? It's like 2 fingers and a thumb on an up quark, and then 2 down quarks, or 2 down quarks and an up quark on a neutron, and 2 up quarks and a down quark on a proton. It's like these are like 2 hands. They give you that 3 dimensions of degrees of freedom, really, to kind of push and manipulate space. But it also gives you differentiation and hierarchization and all these other structures that you need in order to be a sentient being. You need that binary triadic structure, which is what a proton and a neutron have. Like they're composed of 2 different structures, or 2 different perspectives, which is an up quark and a down quark, that allows for differentiation. And then you have also, but because you have 3, that allows for causation to be perceived, because that's how you perceive causation, is by 2 things and then some type of action between them. And so that kind of forms 3 perspectives, or requires 3 perspectives at once. And then in order to perceive a hierarchy, you also need to perceive value to some degree. So like if you have 2, and it has to be a differentiation of value. So there's 2 up quarks and 1 down quark. So that allows for a binary, 2 different things to be perceived, but one of them has a higher weight than the other. It's like, this is how your mind is just organizing information, but a mind needs that structure in order to organize information like that. You don't just perceive information like that because that's what your mind does. You perceive information like that because that's how your mind is, like Stephen Wolfram is saying with observer theory. So when you're looking for a sentient structure, you're looking for a structure that has that kind of thing. And it gets increasingly complicated as they scale up. But and depending on where you're looking at it from. So if you're looking at something that changes at a being that exists and is changing on a lineage level, but you're an individual, it changes how you perceive it. If as opposed to being God and looking at, all of existence at once, it just changes how you see causality. That makes sense. But these four primary perspectives, though, will lead to an intrinsic constraint being perceived, an extrinsic constraint being perceived, and two degrees of freedom: forwards, backwards, time, you could say, which is causality beyond you, which is you could say time, and then there is the perception of there's your intrinsic constraint, which is your current circumstances, your current moment. You're always in your current moment, and you're always constrained by your extrinsic constraint. We are subject to time, and we are subject to our current circumstances always. Intrinsic constraint, extrinsic constraint. But what this really means is we are subject to causality beyond us, time, and we are subject to causality within us, which is your circumstances, your current circumstances. It's kind of like the mashup or the merging or the connection between your people would say your future and your past, but what it really is it's the connection between your goal and your history, which is different than your future and your past. It's like there is no future without a goal if sentience is primary. So you need goals in order to start understanding physics, even, or metaphysics, and then you need to understand metaphysics in order to understand physics. Independent structures. Okay, so this is what I mean, though. Well, first let's look at this. In sentient singularity theory, here's a model. We go to my website and we look at models. Which, by the way, these are all working models. Some of them are more defined than others, and so don't hold me to the correctness of any of these. But I like to. This is just me showing my work. And there's various different weird ways in which mediums in which I show it. But this is kind of almost space-time. It's like proto-space-time, which is like degrees of causality. It's like the causality manifold, which is, and this is a sentient being, a four-dimensional sentient being, essentially, which is, a being that perceives, which is a being that perceives four primary perspectives, which we could say it's a four-dimensional sentient being. And then there is another sentient being, and this sentient being is within this sentient being. Okay, so it's subject to this sentient being. This is a cell. This is you inside your body. This is you. This is you and me, and this is God or the universe. Same. It doesn't matter. But you're always going to have subjective constraint and an objective constraint, or an intrinsic constraint and an extrinsic constraint. Same exact thing. I continue to update the language in all of my work as I find better ways to say things. But then you have a positive degree of freedom and a negative degree of freedom, which is a constructive degree of freedom or a generative degree of freedom, and a reductive or an entropic degree of freedom, which you can only have that in relationship with a goal. So this is towards a goal, your goal, away from your goal. You can't actually have any of these things without a goal. That's why people that have no goal can't do anything. What are you going to do? Other than what you're told. A family member of mine was struggling once, and I've experienced the same thing, and so does everyone, with just a feeling of lack of progress. And it's like, I told them, go and write down 3 goals that you have within the next probably like week and month and year. It's like that it will help you start moving, but you can't do any, how could you even complain about a feeling of lack of growth in your life if you don't have a goal to grow to? I mean, we feel it, but we don't understand. That's because there is an objective goal that God has, and if we are not achieving it, then we feel it. So even if we don't have one, but still, again, extrinsic constraint. And then you have, this would be the being without, or the being on the outside, which is you would have kind of this future moment, past moment, which is like this positive option within causality, and then this previous occurrence within causality, and then you have this, or maybe actually it would be like this language is old, but I have more updated language in a different model. But you could also say it's like this would be it's just an event in the past, essentially, or you could say it's even an action away from the goal of God, or from the goal of you, if you're this structure in this case, in which case this would be cells. But if this is you, then this is God, or the universe. This is why it's kind of hard to talk about, because which one are you perceiving yourself as? Are you thinking about yourself as God in our talk right now, or are you thinking about yourself as inside? So, I mean, I guess I'll tell you what to think about so that I can stay on the same page. But imagine you're inside the universe, and you have a goal, and you're subject to time, which is causality outside yourself. It's your objective or extrinsic constraint. Then you have this previous location or previous event, and or past event, and then you have your future event within the context of moving towards a goal. So you're trying to get to Chick-fil-A, you can move a block forward towards Chick-fil-A or a block backwards. That's your goal. That's your degrees of freedom within the context of your goal. Then you have your current location or your current circumstances, which is your subjective or intrinsic constraint, and then so that's the four, and then they overlap. And this is the space in which we interact with the being that we're within, or interact with the beings that are within us. And so for God, from a God's eye view, you could say God has a degree of freedom of a future moment and a past moment, and he's always in the present, because God doesn't perceive time the same way that we do, because he is space itself. His objective constraint, or super subjective in his case, but or you could say extrinsic constraint if it was us with the and these are cells we're talking about, but we're talking about us. It would be your extrinsic constraint is space, and that space is you. So like we are space to ourselves. There is no space outside of you to yourselves. There is no space outside of God or the universe to us. So I really struggled with explaining this, because some of this language is old, and also because I didn't define which one we were when we were talking about this. But this essentially, like, you could say this is like almost space-time, and this would be like almost time-space. It's like an inversion. But it's a perspective of being on the inside looking out, or being on the outside looking in. But you can't have inside and out really in a two-dimensional model like I do in Excel. So you have, above and below. But anything in one of my Excel models, if it's below, it's always within. When you're looking at a model of a hierarchy, or of scaling in any of my models. Doesn't mean that this one is within this one, but it just means in this model, it just means that this one is this one is within this one. This someone is within this someone. Or this is what someone perceives within when they are within this someone. And this is what someone perceives looking at the someones within them to some degree. This is how we have to, this is why it's important to contextualize things in order to start thinking about where does time come from? It's like it comes from this hierarchical relationship, this nested relationship, and from this. It's from this being the foundation of all perception and us being within the context of a nested hierarchical structure of sentiences. And I said earlier, this is like, I think this is essentially like the foundation of fundamental philosophy, these four primary perspectives. And that's because I think the best definition for philosophy now is the study of perspective, which was not a term coined by me. It was told to me by my philosophy professor in college. And instead of saying it's the love of wisdom, he said it's the study of perspective, which is a much more modern interpretation of what it is. I'm not saying that I don't understand the idea of it being the love of wisdom, or you could say that it is the study of the pursuit of wisdom, which is kind of the love of the wise one, like the study of the wise one. It's like God and also pursuit of wisdom within yourself. But we don't. You can't really make sense of the definition of the love of wisdom without being a theist, and most people aren't. And if you're going to study philosophy in school, then that they're studying the philosophy of other people. Then you're studying perspective. You're not studying just wisdom fundamentally. Not saying you won't get there, but fundamental philosophy, as defined as this, given that if philosophy is defined as the study of perspective, I would say that the four primary perspectives would be the foundation of it. It would be a much more defined field. I've said on here before that I asked a philosopher. This was the example I was trying to give earlier when Feynman said, "Oh, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics." I asked a philosophy professor once, "What is the definition of philosophy? And what is the purpose of philosophy?" And he basically said there's no purpose to philosophy, but he said, if I could define philosophy, I asked him to do it in like a sentence or a paragraph or so, like short. He said, if I could define philosophy in a few sentences, then it wouldn't be philosophy. That's so frustrating to hear because it's so self-defeating. What are you doing with your life if that's what you think? If that what you've devoted your life to, at least from a professional standpoint, is that which has no definition and no goal, then what does that say about you? That's my question. I think it says nothing about you, which when I say that, I don't mean like, oh, it doesn't tell us anything. I mean that there's like nothing to you almost is what you're suggesting, is that if you're that which I want to devote my life to and pursue is that which can't be defined and is utterly useless or has no purpose. I guess maybe is a better way of stating it than saying it's utterly useless. He didn't say that. He said it has no purpose. That's not true. Philosophy is, a better definition today is that it is, I guess you could say from a third person perspective, philosophy is the study of perspective. And from a first person perspective, philosophy is the love of the wise one and of wisdom and the pursuit of wisdom. It's like the love of the wise one and the pursuit of wisdom from a first person perspective. That's, and the purpose of it is to help us know how to live in a way that is most meaningful, and help us understand and perceive that which is most meaningful. Like it's like almost to understand meaning, to aid in our understanding and I guess generation and navigation and perception of meaning. That's very important. That's like the most important. This is way more important than making more gizmos. I'm not saying it doesn't help you make more gizmos. It definitely does, but as it helps advance, other sciences, which helps advance technological development. But it also helps you perceive the needs, which is really what you need for technological development, is to perceive a need, or which is a degree of freedom, or maybe not necessarily a need, but only a need, but a need, and also like that which is possible. What is it that you can do? Which really is like, what is it? Includes like, what are you allowed to do? People are trying to go. Eric Weinstein's trying to go. Use geometric unity, the geometric unity theory, to basically shrink space, or shrink and expand space, or shrink and expand time, essentially. I think shrinking and expanding space is makes much more sense. It's not this. Time is not. When people say time and space are the same thing, they're not. That's not true. Our perception of them is connected, but that's due to how we define time. We're defining time by things in space. That's going to lead to your connecting space and time. It's like, again, it's definitional almost, but here. But he says, Stephen Wolfram says here, he's like, it's not, time and space are not the same thing. We used to think about them as the same thing, but we shouldn't. That's what he says. I'm going to speed it up a bit.
Graphs in the early 1990s. It was one of these things where you have to understand more and then go back and see that you didn't actually need the extra pieces. But the idea of hypergraphs is, instead of just having atoms of space where in a graph you would have one node is connected by an edge to another node, you can have multiple nodes related by a hyperedge in a hypergraph. But so the notion is that's sort of the structure of space, is this hypergraph. And then the question is, well, what's time? Well, time, as far as I'm concerned, is the progress of computation. It is what happens to the hypergraph. It is what happens in general in thinking about time in all kinds of systems. It's this sort of progress of computation, the application of computational rules. And the thing that's sort of important about that is, you might have thought, well, once you know the rules, once you have the setup of the system, then you have determined everything about the system. And in some sense you have, but in the sense that you can know what will happen, but you can't know it by any process, in many cases, that is more efficient than just following each of those individual steps. So it's an important idea, this notion of computational irreducibility, that I first came up with back in 1984 now, so it's been more than 40 years, that this idea that there is sort of an irreducible computational process that has to be gone through to work out what systems will do. And it's that irreducible computational process that kind of is the thing that happens when time passes.
What really computational irreducibility means is, it means that there is a order that must be followed, that within causality, there is a causal order that must be followed within all construction. That's what it means. It means that, like, you can't build the walls of a house until you build the foundation. You can't build the roof of the house until you build the walls. Like, that's what it means. And you have to go through all those steps in order to kind of like first really realize this. You can't build the roof of a house without first building the walls. Like, you have a series of steps, of causal steps, that you can't avoid. And what this really means is that causality exists. If computational irreducibility wasn't a thing, then the causality wouldn't exist. It's not really that profound of an idea, but it also kind of is, because it's like, it's an idea that we need to think about again. Even though we have thought about this in the past, but that our kind of computers probably screwed us up with, because we could almost seem to escape computational irreducibility when we're making something in a CAD software, something like that. But we're not really doing that, because you're not taking yourself into the causal chain when you think that you can, overcome computational irreducibility with, CAD software or whatever. Like, you can't do that. You can't, or when you predict, like, what is the 10th digit of, pi, or 10 millionth digit of pi, like, you'd have to compute that out. You can't just, like, type in an equation and it just gives it to you. It's like you have to run that program to count, to perceive each one before you can perceive the next, to some degree. And but this is not that profound, actually, when you really, like, break it down. Or I don't even want to say if it's profound or not. That's not the point. The point is that it's elementary and obvious once you realize what it is. But that doesn't mean it's obvious before then, because, it's kind of a forest through the trees problem. It's like the forest isn't obvious, but if you're in it. But it's just that causality exists. That's really what computational irreducibility means. And it just means, like, you can't reduce the computation any further in order to get the result that you need to get. It's like you have this minimum number, computational number of steps that you have to do. And I have this as, like, part of my work as well. So, like, if you look at this, so this is a model that is in my work about is basically a model of computational irreducibility, to some degree. And where is it? Information change right here. And what this is a model, not that one. Well, to some degree that one, but these are models of information change. So what you have is, let's say you have, where's a good one? Right here. And that's, yeah, this right here. This is good. So you have a starting state and you have an ending state, which really means you have a goal, which is like, initial circumstances and a goal. And 20, 30. Okay. Maybe 40. No, 30. Okay, so and if you're going to do this, then what people don't realize is you have to preserve internal coherence of information. Sorry if you hear my daughter crying. I guess she just woke up. She's teething, but my wife is with her. I'm not ignoring my child. But oh, sad. That makes me sad. But so you start here. You can only change one at a time, because if you change more than one at a time, then you've just destroyed coherence if you're within the system. So from the perspective of this, being within the system. So you can only change one at a time, because everything around each cell is what defines each cell, or allows you to know what it is, essentially. So it's really like something and nothing. I put 0 and 1, but it's like something and nothing. And so you change 1. The 0 is changed to a 1. It's it's changed from this to its opposite. It doesn't matter what this is. This could be A or B or 0 or blank or 1 or 0. It doesn't matter. But it's two different things and they're essentially behaving as opposites. So you change this to 1. And so now this one has to change to its opposite. So it's contextualized as it being 1, and it then changes to 0. And you go through this, and you can't change more than one at a time, because, like I said, all of them contextualize kind of each other. And you have a certain number of actions and a certain number of states that are inevitable in order to get from here to here, which is just the inversion. All really, I guess it's just all greens are changed to red, and all reds are changed to green. That's really what it is. But I have it doing conditional formatting, so that's why I have the quantities in here that I have. But it could be, zeros to 1. But I'll explain exactly. This will show you exactly what the problem is. Now imagine I'm going to, in a series of actions, I want to change all 1s to 2s and all 0s to 1s. So I want to change all 1s to all 0s to 1s. Watch what happens. You would think just initially that before really thinking about it, that you could go, okay, I'm going to do a find and replace twice. On one find and replace, I'm going to change all 0s to 1s, and on the second find and replace, I'm going to change all 1s to 0s. But if you do that and you go, okay, and now you go here and you go, oh, I'm going to change all 1s to 2s. You didn't get from this to this. You didn't reverse everything because you needed to go through the series of steps, of contextualizing steps. You needed to. And there is a way to do this that incorporates kind of superposition, kind of an outside God's eye view, which always is the same number of states and actions. It's always 4 states and 3 actions, which is interesting. But if you, depending on the size of the matrix, it changes the amount of steps and states and actions from, changing the information inside the matrix. This is computational irreducibility. And this is the most irreducible of all computation, essentially, is this. It's like 4 states and that are perceived, or 4 perspectives, essentially, and then 3 actions that kind of link them. And this is probably very related to why we perceive 3 generations of matter in quantum mechanics. In the standard model, there's like electron, muon, tau, up quark, charm quark, and truth quark. It's like down quark, beauty quark, or bottom quark and beauty quark, and electron, neutrino, muon, neutrino, tau, neutrino. Everybody asks, why is there 3 generations of matter? Eric Weinstein's been really like focusing on that, but other people have started to ask it, physicists. It's like, because of this, probably. Which it's really, you could say that it's like this, you perceive this, or you perceive this. Kind of have to exclude, which is one. With the initial or the ending, depending on how you're counting. Because remember, this is a dynamic process. So do you count the first step, the last step in one sequence as the first step in the next one? Or do you, there's no other way to say that, I don't think, but just, or not, that's the question. And that's why when I say Bob periodicity is like 7, 8, or 9 periods, it's like, depends kind of on how you're counting within the context of sentient singularity theory's proposal. But it's 8, it's really 8. Which is, 4 primary perspectives viewed from a third-person perspective and from a first-person perspective. Or conceptualized versus, perceived. It's like there's just 2 different orientations always. And so when you have 4 primary perspectives and you have 2 different, you can perceive them from the inside out or from the outside in, you'll end up getting 8. So all of this math that is in physics in our models is fascinating because all of it is simultaneously generated. The fundamental structures, the fundamental manifold structures, are generated at the initiation of the creation of multiplicity. And everything is like inevitable at that point. The creation of multiplicity was not inevitable. It must have been a choice because the universe is in nature is oneness, because its existence is all that exists. So if it goes for it to create multiple existences, multiplicity of being that goes, it's like swimming upstream. You can't, it doesn't just happen. You have to choose, which God does. But I feel like I went on a number of rants. I'm going to go to the chat and then we're going to look at Sabine's clips. I apologize if this went into like this was less coherent than I was hoping. Sometimes I think about these streams and while I'm in them and I'm like, that was so incoherent. And I jumped around so much. I didn't finish that thought and I moved on to this and I went back to that thought. And then I look back on them and they're actually really much more coherent than I thought that they were. And then sometimes I think that they're really coherent and I look back on them and I watch them again and they're not as coherent as I remembered. So I don't really know how this is, but you can comment in the chat or in the comments what you think. Memes of destruction. That's because the only ideas that can exist in the brain are physical forms in nature. That's not true. Best I can tell, being wrong is chunks of data and magical thinking gap jumps. I don't know what you mean by that last part, but I don't think that the only ideas that can exist in the brain are physical forms in nature. Unless I would say that the ideas that are within the minds of the being, the mind of the being that we're within is perceived as to us as concrete to some degree, which is really the goals. It's like goals are ideas actualized. They are ideas concretized. There is no such thing as like an actualized idea outside of a goal. And goal is like where an idea is being actualized when you're working towards a goal. And then once you reach your goal, it is the idea has been like created almost, like you finished it. And those will be constraining to the beings that you're within. So our goals are constraining to ourselves, and God's goals are constraining to us. They constrain the consequences of our choices. So they constrain our physics and more, but also our physics. But I don't know. I think we can conceptualize of things that are not just physically perceived forms in our minds, like. But as soon as you actualize an idea, you've put it into a causal relationship or causality chain. It's like then it's there. It's like there is like a blockchain of sentience, essentially, or of actual events, actual occasions, as Whitehead would put it, maybe. And I started researching the philosopher Whitehead more. We'll do more streams on him. I just want to make sure that I've got a couple things right before we circle back on that. Is an actual occasion equivalent to, sentient singularity, or is it an interaction between two sentient singularities, or is it both? I gotta nail that down. But let's go to Sabine. So Sabine talks about basically the same thing in this stream that Wolfram talks about, and which is like space-time. Why do we perceive the structure of space-time? And and what is information essentially, and like what is and it's that's why I picked these two streams. I highly recommend watching both of them. They're both pretty short. You might get a more coherent picture than just listening to me, because I get distracted, and I apologize. Please hit the like button if you still find value in these streams.
Information, the smallest structure that we know how to store information in our atoms, for example, in spin states. Maybe there is a way to store information in atomic nuclei that we just don't know of, but eventually you reach the scale of elementary particles, and they have no substructure, at least for all we know. This is why, in a nutshell, we find complex systems in this intermediate range, the one that we see around us, planets, humans, and so on. The size of systems able to think is ultimately determined by the constants of nature, and by the structure of space and time.
So first of all, let's touch on the name of the video that she put out, which is, I believe the universe might be able to think. She's not saying that she believes the universe thinks. She makes it very clear. She's saying that she believes that it's possible that the universe is thinking. What is thinking? Thinking is, it is the processing of information towards a goal, or the interpretation of information within the context of really a goal, but like in that circumstance, the goal might not always be obvious, because it's not like a physical goal necessarily. It's like a question goal whenever you're thinking about something. And what I have this model that I put up of thinking, and I've showed it many times, which is I believe there's really only one way to think, but it is this series of steps of self-reflection. So when I have this thinking model right here, this decision tree model, this was the first model I ever made, and it is essentially, you have to go through the series of what is the first question. You kind of have to figure that out first, and if you're going to really contextualize the thinking that you do, this is what it should be based on, or else you're kind of lost and you might not know it. But then you have will, which is the desire to do, or to do that which is not being done, but really to do. You're talking about fundamentality. Doing anything is doing that which is not being done, because you're either not doing anything and other than just kind of reflecting on yourself, or you are doing something that you're acting or you're not acting. And on the level of God, really, it's like he was in a state in which he wasn't acting, and then to create, he acted. But will is fundamentally the desire to do. And so this is thinking. You have to reject your current default status, which is which means you have to know it. You have to self-reflect on what is your current default status, and then reject it, and then assume the opposite of your current default status is true, and then look for evidence of that, and then it's just a series of like this decision tree process, which don't look at exactly whether or not this is perfectly accurate. It might not be. This is almost 10 years old at this point, but it's accurate enough to where you're getting the right degrees of freedom, and you're getting kind of the right structure going on. If maybe the language isn't perfect, but this is definitely correct. This I would absolutely I stand by that. And even that. But it's almost the same thing. It's just one is internal, one is external. But I stand by this process of thinking. And it's contextualized within this and then within this. But what this is you have to be self-reflective of your current default status. And then that's because you need to know that in order to know what is the opposite of it. It's the same exact thing as what I showed here, which is like the information change models that I have, which is like the computational irreducibility or causality models, or coherent causality models. That's really what they are. I should write that down. And this is kind of what thinking is. I mean, it's a very, very, I guess, rough, I guess basic example, or not rough. It's not rough at all. It's actually very clear, but it's a very simple example or simple model of this, which is you have two things here. You have that you need your initial circumstances and you need a goal. Okay, just like here with the that decision tree model. I will make a new document. It's 2025. Every year I make a new document, and I skipped last year because I had a baby, and this document is very large. It's like way too many tabs. Every year I try and take the most up-to-date models and then and move them to a new document and then just delete all the rest, which is work. But so you have will, which includes a goal. Like you can't have any will without a goal. And I talked about this on another stream. And you have to have an initial circumstances, which is like, you are most fundamentally. But so starting state, goal. Then you have this information change that goes that you do, which is really like it's information processing, which is like maintaining coherence within a system that works, a causal system that works towards your goal. And so if this is your goal and this is your starting state, this is the coherent system. I guess series of steps, coherent series within a system. This is the system. And these words like point, Stephen Wolfram said someone had described a point as a point that with no other parts, essentially, with no addition, it's that you can't divide any further. It's like that. Words like that, like point or system or substance, kind of just kind of confusing, but also kind of necessary. But what you can see is it's this, you have an initial state, or you have this binary system where it's like something and its opposite. Like I said, this is just a model of it and its opposite. Red and green are opposites. It could be black and white. That's fine. Could totally do that, and it would be completely fine. Just be like highest value is black, lowest value is white. It's like, but now, yeah, there you go. Have to change the numbers so you can see them. It's the same thing. It's just about opposites. And you can see that in this thinking structure is like you have to be self-reflective on your current circumstances, which means you have to be aware of self, and then and aware of your goal, because you have to have will, which is a goal, and then you have to assume the opposite of your current assumption, which is also current circumstance, is true, and look for evidence of it. So you're basically like you're just regulated to these two opposing concepts, and this is how you really think. Can't look for evidence of that which you assume by default. If you think the Earth is flat and that's your default assumption, then you can't look for evidence that the Earth is flat. Or if you think the Earth is a sphere and that's your default assumption, you can't look for evidence that the Earth is a sphere. If you want to really think about it, you have to assume the opposite of your default status is true and look for evidence of that. If you don't do that and you just look for evidence that confirms your default status, you're tricking yourself into thinking that you're thinking. This is the same thing as what Sean Carroll does with his many worlds idea, just on a cosmological scale. So thinking is really like information is context. And that's why you can only change one of these things at a time, and they also contextualize each other, not just in their position within the matrix, but in their state within the matrix, because they are opposites of there's two opposing states that are coexisting within the matrix. And if you eliminate that, then you eliminate all information, which I demonstrated when I showed the find and replace. Like, you go and you change, all zeros to ones. You're like, and now you want to change all ones to, twos or whatever. Or to zeros even. You want to just go back. It's like now you're just stuck in this loop of like 0 and it's like you've destroyed all information. There's no more context in here. Context is relationships. So this in relationship with that in relationship with this. There's no more context in this. You've achieved complete pure oneness and no differentiation, no context, and you kind of eliminated information within any additional information within oneself. There is only the information of oneself, which is the matrix, but there is not additional information within oneself anymore because you destroyed it. It's fascinating. And it depends, like I said, depending on how big the matrix is, it changes the number of steps and states and actions according to a specific pattern that I am working on kind of understanding. But I mean, these numbers are from that. It's like x times n, n times n matrix. So 1 by 1, number of states, number of actions. It's like 2 perspectives. It's like you just kind of summing these. If you have a 4 by 4 matrix, you get 17 states or and 16 actions, which is 33. If it's 3 by 3 matrix, you get 10 states and 9 actions, which is 19. What's interesting is, we'll talk more about this when I get into the detailed models of sentient singularity theory, but these numbers occur in my models, and it doesn't appear like I can make a pattern that makes sense necessarily. Like if I'm like, what is 19 minus 33? It's like negative 14, negative 10, negative 7. You're just kind of, I don't know. I'm not saying there isn't something there, but it seems to be kind of not where that's not the relevant way to look for the pattern. It's like you need kind of super fundamental structures to realize that these quantities arise in super fundamental structures, but in order. Just fascinating. But always, no matter what size the matrix is, if you take a God's eye view, it's always 4 states, 3 actions, 7 perspectives every single time. Maybe you add 1 or 4 and then 1, something. It depends on your goal. What type of model do you want to build? It's like, which model is correct? Depends on your goal. What are you trying to do with the model? What's the point of it? This is why people who get lost chasing numbers, like patterns in numbers, they go crazy. You literally will go crazy because there are patterns there, endless patterns in numbers. And there is meaning within numbers. Like certain quantities occur in certain contexts that if the universe is sentient fundamentally, like will have meaning to sentience. Not saying that you'll understand it, but and you shouldn't even try because that's not a goal. It's like a trick goal where like, oh, I want to understand the numbers. That's like saying, it's the same thing as that question in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where it's like, they make deep thought that AI, and they're like, they ask to compute the most important question, and they say to Deep Thought, what is the answer? The answer to, he's like, the answer to what? And he's like, to life, the universe, and everything. He's like, okay, I don't know. So go away and come back. I'll think about it and I'll let you know. He goes away and comes back and they say, the answer is 42. I actually think that number has meaning. There's a reason why it's 42. 42 is a very interesting number theologically and numerologically. You could say numerologically, but like, I mean mathematically. Like there are mathematical attributes to the number 42 that are fascinating to mathematicians. I'm not talking about people who are into numerology, like, and horoscopes or anything. I'm not even saying that that's all nonsense. I'm just saying, if you don't understand the context for some of those things, you should probably not trust them completely. At least, don't put your faith in them. Like your sign, don't put your faith in your sign. Not saying there's nothing to it, but don't put your faith in it. But there is meaning in quantities, in numbers. There has to be. It is a logical inevitability. It's not woo. But if you are just chasing patterns and numbers and you don't have a goal other than to chase patterns and numbers, it's the same thing as saying, what's the answer to life, the universe, and everything? Deep Thought comes back with the answer in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy of, or the response, not an answer, but the response. The answer is 42, which I actually think is probably as close as you're going to get. That number has a meaning that we'll talk about another time, even that appears within computational models to represent something, to sentience, even within just where that number pops up in a generative computational model. But the point is that in the movie is that it comes back and it's like, that's such an absurd answer. Of course it's an absurd answer because it's an absurd question. It's a non-answer because it's a non-question. There is no answer to this question of what's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And it's a bad question. It's a very good example of what I'm talking about of like, there are bad questions. And that story teaches that. But it ironically comes back with probably the best answer you could come back with. But that doesn't mean that you'll understand the depth of it completely, or even I will completely understand the depth of it. We'll talk about it though one day. But it's it is, meaning, I guess you would say, is probably the best answer. It's like meaning, which would be like impacting others, or maximizing meaning, maximization of meaning. But with that's really like what is the goal of creation? That's what the answer is: the maximization of meaning, the creation and maximization of meaning, maybe generation of meaning. But that's a different question than what is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. It's the same thing as the question that people ask all the time: what's the meaning of life? It's like, that is the same exact question as what is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. It's the same question as what is the meaning of life. There is no answer to that question. The right question is, what is the goal with creation, or of creation? Fundamental creation, which is like multiplicity of being, the creation of being. And the answer, I think, is the creation and maximization, or the generation of meaning. And that's the goal. But it's a different question than what is the meaning of life. What is the goal of creation? And you have to be a theist to ask that question. You can't even ask that question without being a theist. And then you wonder why like physics has no answers anymore, and neither does atheist philosophy or anti-theist philosophy. You can't be an atheist. You can't. Everybody has everybody interacts with existence every day. And so you have to have an assumption, even if it's not that strong, but it's like you lean one way or the other. Is the universe or existence sentient or not? And if it's, is it thinking, as Sabine Hossenfelder is saying in this clip that she put forward? It's like, is it thinking or not? And if you think that it's thinking, then you're a theist. You might not be the most confident theist. Maybe you're less confident or more confident theist, but you lean one way or the other. If you think it's not thinking, which means like a specific thing, means like being self-reflective, being self-aware, having a goal, that's what thinking is. So if the universe is thinking, it's not just processing information like a computer absent anyone. There is no such thing as a computer absent anyone. You can't take humans out of the context of computers, like technological computers. There is no computation that is meaningless or unintentional. It's all intentional. And it is within the context of a thinking being, which is thinking and also acting being, which has a goal. Like there is no thinking outside of a goal. If somebody says the universe, I don't know if it's thinking, but maybe it's thinking, but that doesn't mean it has a goal. It has to have a goal if it's thinking, and it has to be self-aware if it's thinking. But Sabine Hossenfelder, she says, in this video clip that I linked below and that I've been sporadically showing, I guess, clips of, and then delving into side tangents, she misidentifies or miscategorizes certain different types of structures as complex. Whereas like she'll say a human complex structures or systems like a human being or like cells or like a planet. And it's like, those are different things. Like that's not, what do you mean by complex? This is when people tell me, they say, I study complexity. You study complexity? What the heck does that mean? What a goalless idea if you're just taking the definition on its face. I'm not saying, maybe it has a definition that I'm not aware of, but like, what does it mean to be, a complexity researcher? So you're just researching, causality, I guess, but like, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily complex. Complex is not it's not a fundamental description of any fundamental structure. It's not a fundamentally useful or fundamentally defining term for any fundamental structure or fundamental system. It's like systems are sentient or not, and that systems that are not sentient are defined and perceived and inferred by sentient beings, so they are still sentient. Like it's just the system's part of you. It's like when I organize my desk before the streams, it's like, because this is part of me during my streams. If I have trash all over my desks and I'm trying to, and clutter while I'm trying to organize my thoughts, I'd be more incoherent than I am now, which that'd be quite a feat, honestly. But or more distracted. Be distracted by things that weren't even things outside of my thoughts, not just things inside my thoughts. But so in assembly theory with Lee Cronin and Sarah Walker, they'll say that a human is one of the biggest structures. Again, bad term, but I understand why they're using it, because what else are you going to say? In assembly theory, or the deepest structures in assembly time. It's like, it just means like you are the culmination, human being is the culmination of the most causal events, causality, most events in a causality chain, and much more so than a rock. And that's much more aligned with thinking more fundamentally, but it's not quite there. And because you're thinking not in terms of inside and outside and separate and oneness. You're thinking in terms of, the number of molecules in this defined structure that I have defined as being, differentiated this rock. It's like, what makes that rock not the earth, you know? And what makes the earth not you? It's those are different questions. I would say there is no it's just a matter of perspective. I mean, really, I mean, other than you and the earth, you are not the earth, but you are your perception of the earth is part of you, but you are not the earth. And but if there is a perspective that you can look at a rock and be like, that is the earth, and there's a perspective that you can look at it and have it be not the earth. It's just it's about words, and physicists aren't realizing this enough. It's like your semantics and language they're the most fundamental constraints in physics, is language, which includes math. Math is just a language. It's not anything more. Mathematics is just a language. It follows the same exact rules as all language, including music, which is probably more fundamental than math. It's like the perception of math. And it's like the feeling of math, not even just the perception, but it's like the feeling of math, of mathematics, or of language is music. It's why, there are tones that are spooky and there are tones that are happy. And it doesn't matter if you speak only Japanese or only English. It's like you will understand whether or not a song is happy or sad. And people who say there's no meaning in numbers, there's no true meaning in numbers. Number can't mean anything. If a number is a quantity, it is a quantity in a context that is probably way more interesting than just like 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4, because it's a generative context. So you've got the Fibonacci sequence, which is like a generative sequence. It's like 1 and 2, 1 and 1 and makes 2, and then 2 and 1 makes 3, and then 3 and whatever it was, 2 would be 5. So it's generative, but there's many ways to arrange a generative sequence. You can have a Fibonacci sequence that's generative, and then it could also be that the sequence is all the numbers that have been computed also prior to that summed, and also you've got this kind of primary sequence of just adding 1 each time, which is just the logarithmic growth instead of exponential growth. And like a Fibonacci sequence, you've got logarithmic growth. But there are structures in these mathematical, these generated quantities. If you don't believe me, look at this. There is a spiral present in mathematics. All generative mathematical sequences have a spiral, a metaphysical spiral present in them. And you can perceive this spiral when looking here. So this is I'm trying not to get too, remind me to come back to music because I have a point. I don't want to get too sidetracked and forget what I was doing. But these are all just generative sequences that I have. Each one is they're just generating based on equations. And here I have one in which, because of the constraints of Excel, it won't go past a certain decimal. So this is very helpful though, because it shows an isolated structure surrounded by zeros. Okay, but really this continues on. There's a quantity after this 5 and just continues. It's not just all zeros, but I don't think, at least. Maybe it is. Yeah, actually, maybe it is. It just goes zeros afterwards, because otherwise, how would it go all the way out here? There is a constraint to Excel's computation, and you kind of reach it right there. It's like you can't go however many decimal places back in this version of Excel, though. But if you look at this structure, this isolated generative structure, look at when I'm moving. Just look at it. Do you see the spiral structure inside of that mathematical sequence? Like, this is just a mathematical sequence based on other mathematical sequences. You know, there's nothing like that I did here, but you can see it, that there's a structure. And of course there is. It's a causality structure that is oriented around itself, which is going to form a spiral or helical structure. There's a context to quantities. All quantities, every single number that you can think of has a context in a causality chain or in a generative sequence. And there is meaning there. And you can kind of perceive physical, almost like a snapshot of a physical form. But this isn't occurring in 3D space. We're perceiving an almost kind of like the perception of a 3D structure inside of a two-dimensional space, but really this is occurring in a four-dimensional space. At a minimum, I think it's 4 dimensions. I don't really know if you can get much beyond 4 dimensions without changing the definition of dimension. Okay. What are notes and you know, like the timing? And I'm not a musician. I'm really not very good at it, but I can kind of. I snapped a string yesterday. I haven't practiced ukulele really at all since I had my daughter. And she messed up the tuning because I let her play with it. And then I tried to tune it and I broke the string yesterday. But I didn't need that string to play that though. But all notes, chords, what, you know, rhythm, whatever, it's all quantities. All of it is numbers. All music is numbers. Nobody in their right mind would deny that. And it is all intuitively understood as and felt, not just understood, but felt by us as perceivers. There's something that you feel when you hear me play that, if you could even hear it. I don't know. Sometimes this microphone won't pick it up if it goes too high of a pitch. That means numbers have meaning. But that doesn't mean that you should try and figure out what they mean. Like if it's not obvious what it means in a circumstance, you shouldn't even try and figure it out. And if you can understand it, then you'll understand it already when you look at it. You'll be like, I know why I'm seeing that number there. It's like, you'll understand it, the context of it, or at least partially. And if you don't try and figure it out, you won't, because you're trying to figure it out outside of context, and you know, you'll go crazy. You literally will go crazy. People lose it. That's why I try and stay away from the number stuff too much, but like, it is fascinating and there is truth to it in the right context, but I don't want people to like go and start obsessing over numbers. People obsess over numbers. They send me like grids and things all the time, and it probably means something to them more so than it. I mean, I can see meaning in it, but that doesn't mean I really understand what they were doing. And sometimes I can tell they don't really understand what they're doing either, but they're seeing meaning. Like, I'm not saying they're seeing nonsense. They're not seeing nonsense. It's like they're hearing that there's a pattern to notes, but that doesn't mean that they can really feel the music, or translate it into, you know, words. But my point is that mathematics is also just a language. It's not anything special like people make it out to be. It's really not. It might be, people will say it's a universal language. It's not even a universal language because it relies so much on symbols, like mathematics, you know. Music is the only one that's really universal, I think. Music is the universal language, not math. Physicists and mathematicians are wrong when they say that. But
know why the universe is that way, but we know from our experience that the universe is local. Leaving aside the eternal mysteries of washing machines, things don't just vanish. The universe has this nice order with 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, as Einstein said. And yet, we also know that Einstein's theory of general relativity is incomplete because it's not compatible with quantum physics.
This is the problem with physics, is they say things like this. We know that the universe has 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. No. What you know is that you perceive that the world has 3 spatial dimensions, and in the physical world can be perceived as having 3 spatial dimensions, and that you perceive time as a constraint, really. And you could say conceptual degree of freedom, but it's not really. So this is the problem, though. It's like they flipped the perspective that we should have when we're looking at these concepts. Is like, we should not be saying, oh, we know the universe has 3 dimensions of space. It assumes that exists for some reason outside of you. This is when observer theory is starting to like really advance this idea, which sentient singularity theory also asserts, and so does other people's work. Conscious agent theory by Donald Hoffman and probably the CTMU and others. But there, you have to place sentience as primary. You cannot be like, we know the universe outside of us objectively has 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, and before any sentient beings existed, there were 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. No, you can't even. Time is. I've said on here before that time is not even really defined. It's like it's just like the term consciousness, which is why I don't like to use it. It's like there's that which is conscious, meaning that which is aware, sentient, and then there's consciousness, which is like the quality of self-awareness that certain structures have, beings have, and then there's unconsciousness when you're like knocked out or asleep, and then there's you're conscious where you're awake and not asleep. I have had dreams. I've been dreaming about being back in school all week. Nightmares. It's crazy how much our dreams are just us processing, or at least probably trying to process trauma. Because I just have been having dream every single night about being back in school and like having projects due. And me and school, other than a few semesters in college, did not get along. I didn't think it was useful. And so I didn't do my homework ever. And by the end of the semester, I just had to like scramble to pass. And so it caused a lot of trauma. It was my fault. But it was also just as useless as I thought it was. But more useless, because it takes the time away from you that you could spend learning about the world by being in it. But in my dreams, I've been aware of what's going on in my dreams. I'm not an unconscious being. And even if you're just watching yourself and it's like a movie that you're watching of yourself, you're aware that you're watching yourself, and it's like there is perception going on. That's my point. And there's self-awareness going on in dreams. Always. There's no dreams where there's no self-awareness and no perception. That would not be dreaming. So you're never not a conscious being, even when you are unconscious. That's why the term is not a good term. But the same exact thing goes with time. It's like people say time and space are the same thing. No, you're defining time by things that you perceive in space. 1 year is 1 lap around the sun. 1 day is 1 rotation of the earth. 1 second is, a division of that. And so is 1 hour. So is 1, minute. They are just various divisions of these cyclical, recurring events that we perceive in space. And that's it. Of course, time appears to be the same thing as space. You've defined it by space, right? And so, but we also have time, like timing as a tool. It's like 2 o'clock tomorrow. And that's, so that we can both meet, for lunch at 2 o'clock tomorrow or coffee. That's timing. That's a different thing than time necessarily. It's related, but it's not, there isn't really just this time that progresses without goals. Like, time is based on goals. This is why daylight savings time exists, because it was about the goals of, farming and related to farming and things like that. I'm not saying we need to keep it, but just saying, I think it's very confusing. I understand why it exists, but I'm from Arizona. We don't have daylight savings time in Arizona. But then there's this feeling of time too, which is like, I feel like the last year has flown by because I've been just so much has happened, and in my life, as I've stated, and every year goes by faster and faster. It feels faster and faster. And the reason why is because it's a smaller portion of the whole that you can compare it to. So when you think about a year, you don't think about a year compared to last year. You think about a year compared to all the years that you currently have. It's a fraction of your life. And so when you're 5, a year is a really big part of your life, and you perceive it as a really substantial amount of time. But then in a lot can get done almost, or not even a lot can get done, but it's a lot of change that happens. I look at my daughter from the time we moved here to the time when we moved here, she couldn't even walk. She started laughing for the first time as we were moving here, like laughing at me, doing anything. Dad's job, a big part of father's job, is just to be entertaining to his children, and just to try and make them laugh and be entertained. And so I'm constantly trying to make my daughter laugh. And I remember when we first moved in, I was like playing peekaboo essentially, but I was like behind the counter, and I was like, pop up, look at her, and she would just laugh hysterically. She thought it was so funny. And then I would, disappear again, go to some other part of the counter and pop up again, and she would just start laughing hysterically. Now she is like walking and starting to talk. Very, very different experiences that she's having now compared to 6 months ago. A lot of change has taken place. When you get older, less change is taking place in each year. So that makes it seem like less time. And it's also compared to the, totality of all the years that you have, that sum to your life span, and that it's a smaller and smaller percentage each time. So it feels faster and faster. It's not, people say, oh, I swear it goes faster and faster. No, it definitely does feel faster and faster, because it is always a smaller portion than the previous. My mentor, who I talk about and have mentioned on here before and earlier on in the stream, the zoologist, who taught me about asking good questions, he said that all of his friends were talking about how quickly time was flying by as he was getting older, but he wasn't having that experience for, at the time. And he said, he said, do you know how I slow it down? And I was like, no, how do you do that? And he was like, by always having something that I'm waiting for. It's like he's always waiting to, finish some project that he's on, or for some animal to show up, or to get some photograph, or to, captive breed some, have some eggs hatch that are like in captivity. It's like, these are all you're just waiting. And that increases the amount of things that we perceive in a certain time, and it will slow down time, the feeling of time as you're in it. Looking back, it probably makes it feel even faster, but while you're in it, it probably slows down your day to have more things going on in your day. Maybe it speeds it up while you're in it, but then looking back, it seems slower. I don't know. Depends on if you're bored. If you're doing one thing but you're not bored, probably really fast feeling day. If you're doing lots of things and you're not bored, probably slows it down. But if you are bored, everything slows down because you're waiting for things to not be boring. Waiting for something, it's like probably slows down your perception of time. These are three different views of time. Like so physicists, this is how askew physicists are. But is that they, or how flawed, how off course, how lost physicists are, is they're saying, when they say things like, oh, the universe has 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time. No, it doesn't. And maybe it does, but you haven't even figured out why. So you can't even say that. You know that you perceive 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time. And you have to define what those things are. What is space? What is physicality that can be impacted in space? What is time and how you're using it as this 4th dimension? It's like super obvious once you see it, but it also really is scary because it's like they're that off. How are they going to reorient? And this is how I think they're going to reorient, if they do reorient, is by going back towards theism. I probably botched explaining why theism left, but I tried earlier in the stream. Left science, or why they tried to get rid of it in science, is because it's been taught to us as being mutually exclusive with science and or with evolution, and it's not. Theology is not. But and it's also because you have people who don't believe in something teaching it. It's like if you don't believe in a certain religion or theological tradition, you're not Catholic, and you don't deeply believe in or you're not Christian, let's just say. You're not Christian. You don't believe that the Christian scriptures are true in a super literal sense, which means in many different ways, but truly true. You have no business teaching Christianity. And if you don't believe in evolution, or which I don't, then what does that really mean? Everybody's always believed in adaptation. So like, I don't really understand where this went, but let's just say you don't believe in evolution, then you have no business teaching it. Like, whoever's teaching something should understand it. And they definitely don't understand it if they don't believe in it. Maybe it's wrong, but like, you won't even know if it's wrong or if it's right if you don't have it taught honestly and in a steelman type of way. And that means like somebody teaching it who believes it. But we moved back towards theism, and you can see this in both of these clips with Stephen Wolfram and observer theory, which is, it's gotten to the point where we perceive the laws of physics that we perceive because we are the types of observers that we are. And eventually, if he keeps going, he'll get to like sentient singularity theories level, essentially, where it's that you are a mind that has a certain structure, and so you perceive the world as having all information as being within that structure. And also you're within a mind, and it is also that structure. And so there is no escaping this. And even philosophically, you must assume that your nature is the same as the rest of existence. You can't, to assume that it's the opposite is to deny your own existence, which you can try and do, but you would have to deny your own existence to do it. Like, you can't say, I know I said earlier, you have to assume the opposite of your current default status is and look for evidence against it. But the wrong question, if you're like, I am sentient, so therefore I should assume that the nature of being, of existence, is sentience, and now we'll look for evidence of that. That's not what you're supposed to what you're trying to do. The opposite is not to say, okay, well, I am sentient, and so therefore I will assume the opposite is true of the world around me and look for evidence of that. That's exactly what physicists are doing. They're saying, I'm sentient, I'm assuming the opposite of my nature is true that the rest of the existence has as a nature that is different from my existence. That's what they're assuming. That's not what you do if you want to think about this logically. What you do if you want to try and think about this logically is you say, I assume I'm sentient. That's my default status. So I have to assume that I'm not sentient. And then I have to look for evidence that I'm not sentient in order to test the concept or the idea that existence isn't necessarily sentient. Good luck doing that. Because guess what? Who's going to look for evidence? Well, this is I assume consciousness is an illusion type of nonsense. You can't do it. Try, but you won't succeed, probably. If you do, and you can explain it to me, I'll try and be as humble and honest about it as possible. But I also don't think that you can do that. Like, you think about that, how much that breaks down everything to assume you're not sentient and look for evidence that you're not sentient. Everything that you do, every idea that you have, every thought that you have, every goal that you have supports the idea that you're sentient. It's like not even supports it, it like confirms it. It's like more than, it's like super supports it. But physicists have stopped thinking. They've tricked themselves into thinking that they're thinking by saying, I'm sentient. I'm assuming the opposite of that existence around me primarily has the opposite nature. I'm looking for evidence of that. And guess what? You can find it, but it's not what you should be looking for evidence of. It's like, you can be like, well, yeah, this comb is not sentient. It doesn't seem sentient. But the thing is, you can't even know. You can't know that this isn't sentient. It's probably not. But you can't know that. You can't know whether or not someone else is or isn't sentient. You can only know you. So again, you're super constrained. There's just no way around it. They've broken their thinking. Broken their thinking. Remember, thinking is not just, having information randomly in your mind, like calculating. It's having information contextualized. And to fundamentally contextualize anything, you have to, and think about it, you have to think about you, like to be like, I exist. What is the truest thing that I know? I am. What's the truest thing I can know? I am. What is the the nature of my existence? Sentience, feeling, self-reflective, self-aware and feeling, which is sentient. Sentient is a single word for it. They've broken their thinking, guys. It's like more astounding, and it's like more incredible the more you think about it. But the thing is that you have to totally change everything about how you think about this. You have to think about, we're inside a sentient being and we are sentient beings, and therefore everything around us is due to the nature and structure of sentience in order to reorient, and that's theism. And if you look here, you have Sabine is saying this, which is, this is sentient singularity theory's assumption, which is like, this right here. This is moving towards theism.
Does think, I'm not that crazy yet. I'm merely saying we don't know that it doesn't think. And sometimes I wonder, if the universe thinks, what is it thinking? Does it know of us? Does it answer prayers? Is dark energy just the universe's way of trolling us? If the universe can think, could atomic nuclei also think? Let me know in case you want to hear more about this. If you want to improve your own thinking about science, maths, and all related.
I remember a physics PhD physics guy, not a professor or a teacher, but he had a PhD in physics. And he said to me, nobody thinks a hadron is a sentient being. And it's like, it seems like people are starting to think that hadrons are sentient beings. If you start to say, if you have Sabine Hossenfelder saying, is it possible that atomic nuclei are sentient, are thinking? Which you can't think if you're not sentient. Sentient singularity theory. Is the universe thinking? Theism, which is sentient singularity theory, it's the additional context within theism of the scaling of sentience and reconciliation of it with our scientific observations and language and concepts, which is, I guess, language. But that's theism, guys. And if Stephen Wolfram is saying we observe the universe as rules the way that they are because we are the types of observers that we are, that means that you have to assume that is your you-ness, the structure of you, the structure and process that is your beingness, is responsible for all the physics that you see. That means that you have to assume the next step is to say, I'm sentient and I exist, and I know that I exist, and I don't actually know whether or not anyone else or anything else actually exists outside me, so I have to assume that existence by nature is sentient. That's the next step after observer theory, is like sentience theory. And if that's the case, then it's not just that you're sentient in the universe, it's that you're sentient in the universe and the universe is sentient. Theism. It's like this. I remember Sabine Hossenfelder said years ago, she said, made that song kind of mocking Stephen Wolfram and Eric Weinstein and all these other people, men with theories of everything. A term, again, I don't like. It's like, and she was like, don't send them to me. It's like, she made a song about it. She's like, all these men with theories of everything, they follow me wherever I'm traveling. It was actually really catchy. It's been years and I still remember the words. She's like, your theories are neat. I hope they succeed, but please don't send them to me. And then she's like, all these theories, they all come from men. That's an interesting thing too, It's like the active force, not the reactive force, the active force is seeking more. Not more of what is known, but seeking the unknown. That's the active force. So masculine force, it would be probably from men. But yeah, we're moving towards theism, guys. I love Stephen Meyer's book title, Return of the God Hypothesis, because it's just the best book title I think ever written. And I think he does a terrible job arguing for God, unfortunately. He doesn't argue for God. He just argues against science having all the answers currently. It's like, obviously. And I mean, I agree with his conclusion, but he just does a terrible job at scientifically and philosophically arguing for God. There's much better arguments for the fundamentality of sentience and the universality of sentience, and the inevitability of sentience than, the Cambrian explosion. We are we are seeing the return of the God hypothesis in physics. And it was inevitable. What this unlocks for us, I don't know. I think that a better question of what will this allow us to do? What new toys can we have? Can we have, 0-point energy and faster than light travel and time travel? I feel like all of that is the wrong questions right now. I think the right questions to ask as this becomes more supported, this hypothesis as the return of the God hypothesis, builds. The right question to ask is, what should we be doing? Not even what shouldn't we be doing? Because you can't know what you shouldn't be doing until people assume like theism is like so much about, they think theology, they think God, and they're like, oh, now I'm going to be told what to do, and which really means like told what I can't do, not told what I can do. But this should be more about like, what should we do? That will tell you, like, you have to metaphysically kind of deduce like, what's God's goal? I think you can actually deduce, which is the creation of multiplicity, or the point of creation or the purpose of creation, or the reason for, the creation of multiplicity of being is the manifestation and or creation or generation and maximization of meaning. And the sentient beings, sentience, a soul, the soul of someone, this someone's someoneness, that's all that means. People will say, do souls exist? Do you exist? That's the question. If you ask, do souls exist, you don't know what soul means. If you just ask, do I exist? And it's like, well, I just answered that question, didn't I? Do I exist? You couldn't say I. You couldn't ask it. And you couldn't refer to yourself if you didn't exist. I feel so bad for philosophy students who are writing huge PhD papers on why consciousness is an illusion. That would be a lot of nonsense. And I don't just mean that in a judgmental way. I mean nonsense meaning nonsensical, technically. There's meaning incoherent. There is no coherence without sentience. Sentience is what, it is coherence. It's not even just the perceiver of coherence. It is coherence. There is no, the existence is self-referential because there's nothing else for it to reference, at least initially. And there's nothing outside of it for it to reference, even when it creates more within it, which means when God creates more within him, he can reference that, but it's incorporated into this. You start with one loop and you end up with really loops within loops within loops. Eric Weinstein said that the most fundamental structure in the universe that we all should be talking about and understand is this, the Hopf vibration. But this isn't just a Hopf vibration. It's like that sculpture behind me that I showed you. What it really is a dynamic moving structure in 4 dimensions. It's this. What is this thing? It's a series of loops within loops within loops, guys. That's what it is. Which is this. It's the cosmological context of this. It's an entangled knot of self-referential knot of strings of information, which is strings of perception. But Eric Weinstein says on this, everybody should understand the Hopf vibration. And he goes on Joe Rogan and he says that, and he shows it, and everybody's like, what? It's beautiful. I'm so fascinated by it. And all these videos popped up on the Hopf vibration, and he tried to explain it and failed. And some people do explain the topological geometric, structure of it. But that's not actually telling you what it is. Why are we drawn to that thing? Just like we understand certain music. Why are we when we look at a certain sentient being, we look on this and we look at them with the right scale, the right perspective. We're like, that thing is alive. It's like even when you look at a protein, carrying, dopamine or serotonin or whatever kind of other molecule in your mind, like across, connections in your brain. You've seen those animations of them doing that. You're like, that's like me walking and picking up something and moving it over there. Like, that's like what that is. And then you go and you look at a cell and it's eating other cells and dividing, and it's doing all these things that you're like, that's a sentient being. when you look at this Hopf vibration, you're like, that is familiar looking. It's also the most alien structure, like, but for some reason it feels so familiar. I think I speak for many people when I say that, at least from what I understand. You can tell me in the chat right now if you feel that way when you look at that structure. It's like you're recognizing something, recognizing some three-dimensional animation of a four-dimensional structure that is also your four-dimensional information structure. Physicists aren't telling you that yet about it, but that's what it is. It's the entangled string of knot of strings of information or perspectives, same exact thing, that are, intersecting, and then you've got multiple ones within multiple ones, and if they're intersecting, you're seeing excitations of strings in a fiber bundle, and that's what that is. Like E8, people are like obsessed with E8 theory. What is E8 theory? It's like this is just the point, the perspective of points on a fiber bundle. This, I don't know if you've ever seen, I know I'm spiraling into other things, but like, have you ever seen E8? Let me see. Particle Explorer. I used to show this on streams a lot when I was more focusing on the details of quantum physics, but we'll talk more about this. Look at this. This is Garrett Lisi put together an E8, his E8 theory of everything, saying that this is the shape of everything. But what is that? It's like, it's basically that, which is, what is that? It's that. And, but this isn't just this. What it really is it's moving all the time. It's not a static structure, and neither are you. And it's funny because, like, you look at some theological symbols, and you will see them. You'll see flower of life and stars of David and crosses and all kinds of various theologically relevant symbols in this structure. It's like, because we're moving back to God, guys. Like, I'm not saying that you should this isn't confirming of any religious tradition or not. It's just I'm just saying it's inevitable. We're going full circle, which you have to do. If we're inside a mind, it's going to be self-referential. It's like, you eventually got to go like back on yourself and be like, wow, we went wrong. And it's like, yeah, for us, it's multiple different people in this chain, but it's also a being that we're within, and that's also doing this. There's a process at play. I hope that this was interesting. I know I really rambled more than usual, but I've noticed that when you talk about like God and physics, especially, like, you can really do that. And it's because there's so much context that I want to show, and I'm also not presenting it probably in order. When I'm producing a video that is produced on sentient singularity theory. I'll release it, and then we'll do some live streams walking through various models. But I also want the pre-produced one out there, and because they'll be much more coherent. And because like, there's so much context, and like, I'm jumping contexts, and I feel bad that I'm doing that. So I hope I made some sense. Please let me know in the chat what you thought. I'll answer questions, and then we'll go. Um, Themes of destruction. That's because the only ideas that we can exist in the brain. Okay, yeah. I was essentially saying we cannot think a thing that doesn't exist in some fashion, yet some things are nonsensical. That's true. It's not that we can't think anything that doesn't exist in some fashion. It's that that is true, but a better way of like describing it is that for thought to be actualized and coherent, it has to actually be based. There has to be. It has to be constructive, which means like it has to build on previous concepts. So this concept contextualizes and is the foundation of this concept, and so on and so forth. So you can't think about something truly outside of context, or else it just becomes nonsense. Like I could tell you, think about a white elephant, or a purple elephant, or a green elephant. It's like you've seen green and you've seen an elephant, so you can do that. But and I can even tell you things geometrically, but even then I have to be like, imagine a triangle nested within another triangle, or a loop nested within another loop. It's like there is no escaping causality, or determinism. But that doesn't mean there is also no determinism without choice, fundamentally. So, the laws of the universe were probably inevitable, but the choice to make the universe, or to create multiplicity of sentience, which is what gives rise to the perception of space-time, which gives rise to the universe that we perceive, the world, whatever you want to call it, is a bunch of interacting, nested beings. And like, you don't have multiplicity of being without a choice to make multiplicity of being by the singular, initial, and all-encompassing being, which is God. It's funny, I hear like physicists are like trying to talk about cosmology at the beginning of the universe, and they're like looking through telescopes, and they're looking at particle accelerators, and they're talking about very complicated math equations and crazy numbers about the temperature at the beginning of the universe. And it's like, why are you even thinking about that right now? Like, what is the point of that? It's useless. I'm not even saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying that it's not being done with any purpose. If you want to understand why the universe has the constraints that it does, you don't go and look at like space-time perceptions, like temperature and mass. This is the amount of mass compacted into just a single point, and this amount of energy compacted into a single point, defined by our, not arbitrary, but like given metrics, not non-fundamental metrics, I'll say, non-fundamental metrics. This is not helpful. You have to think about, what would it be like to make a universe? But guess what? In order to think about like, what are the constraints involved with that? And what like was the process of that initially? But you can't think about that unless you think about yourself as God. And so you have to assume theism in order to even think about the beginning of the universe from a first-hand perspective. You really can't think about, like cosmology at all, because you can't think about the constraints of it, or the purpose of it, because you can't if you don't think about the purpose of it, you can't think about where it's going to end up, where we're going. You're just like, maybe we will have a deep freeze and everything will freeze, or maybe we will recompact and everything will die in a heat death. And it's like, maybe that's not what we should be thinking about. And we should have been thinking about what are the constraints of creation of a universe in order to figure out why the universe has the laws that it has. It's like, but they don't think about that. Not anymore. Some physicists have. That's how they did pretty cool things, like come up with the standard model. And I think the culture of physics very much just became like, if you became like announced your theism and your conviction in theism, instead of just kind of presenting it as like a mental model, then you were just increasingly ignored. But theism will allow for predictions to be made. But the main issue, like I said, is, people are like, well, can we go faster than light? It's like, what if that's not what God wants us to do? Even if it's technically possible, what if he doesn't want us to do it? It means something will stop you from doing that, at least enough. If for some, if he doesn't want you to do it, it means it's like it's in conflict with his goal. It's like, if that's in conflict with his goal, he will not allow it to end his goal or to interrupt his goal. Maybe if one of us can break coherence of the universe by doing that, but like, if maybe not all of us can do it. If all of us were, constantly, as commonly as we get in a car, breaking the coherence of space-time perception of the perceptions within, space. I don't even want to say time. Then, like, that would probably just unravel the fiber bundle. You're basically going in and you're cutting the strings. And he's not. Maybe you can do that a couple strings, but like, if you do that to enough strings, then everything will fall apart. And God won't let that happen. I'm not saying we can't go faster than light or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, we have to not just think about this in terms of like gizmos. If the universe is sentient, which appears like we have to assume that's the case, at least. I'm not even going to say it is the case. I'm going to say it appears like we have to assume that is the case logically, if we're actually even going to think truly. And if that's the case, then we should be treating it like sentient being. In theological traditions, this is talked about quite a bit. In Christianity, it's like, the common narrative is law without the spirit. And people now don't understand what that means when they say the spirit of the law versus the law. You can't separate the spirit and the law. You can't separate mind and body within the context of causality. If you try and have the spirit without the law, you will not. You won't be able to have either. And if you try and have the law without the spirit, you will not have either. You'll lose. All that spirit means in this context is like goals, like understanding of his beingness, his someoneness, and his goals. It's like, you have to think about him as a person. It's like, your mom wants you to do something. Do you just do it because she wants you to, or should you maybe think about why? That, that will help you understand why you should do something. It doesn't mean that you don't have to do that thing anymore because now you understand why. I know my mom loves me, and so therefore I don't have to, I don't know, be safe when, I don't know. What is a good example? I know my mom loves me. That's why so I no longer have to, be home by midnight. It's like, I can stay out and go to sketchy parts of town because I know my mom loves me. And that was the purpose of her telling me to be home by a certain time. So because I know that, I can actually now do it. No. But if all you did was be home by midnight and you never understood why, like, there's no you there in operation, at least not in that moment. Like, and you want to increase your understanding. So you want to have the spirit of the law, and the law is to know why someone wants you to do something, and also what they want you to do, not one or the other. But this is like what we should be thinking about in metaphysics, at least, and then that will lead to things in physics. But it will lead to like, what should we do as individuals, and then as a society, that will lead to what should we do as a society, and then that will lead to what should we do technologically, and that will lead to what could we do technologically, potentially. So, but this is the difference between a sentient context and a non-sentient context, is you have to take feelings into account to get kind of theological, since we're talking about theism and God, to end on this note. Just for context, I study all the Abrahamic traditions. I read their scriptures, and I think all of them are super literally true, which means like true in many ways. I don't think they're the only ones that are true. They're just the only ones I study, is like the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran. And I don't study the Book of Mormon. But the fruit is good, and so I assume that there's truth there too, but I just don't study it. But there are moments where, there's just tons of laws and rules and prescriptions, and people get wrapped up. If theism is true, like, what can't I do? It's like, think about what you can do, but first think about what God wants you to do, or what God's goal is, and then what could you do that would support that goal, and then you will just know what would not support it. It's like, but that means like really, really, truly internalizing and externalizing this idea of sentience in a holistic way. It's not just, oh yeah, God, the universe thinks, and it has computational irreducibility. What is time then? It's like, this aren't the primary questions. The primary question, if the universe thinks, is like, does it answer prayers? Which is exactly what Sabine said. And if it thinks, then do protons and neutrons and atoms think? Was another question of hers. It's like, these are questions that we can start asking. And if the universe were to answer prayers, though, like, what it would be aligned with its goals. Because if it's thinking, then it has a goal. And if it has a goal, then what is the goal? That is the question that I think is at the core of metaphysics that would lead to new physics understandings. And even though it seems so divorced, it's like, you look at any physicist that's interviewed by Lex Friedman, and at some point somebody asks them, what's the meaning of life? Which is, again, a terrible question. It's not a good question. There's no answer to it. But what he's trying to get at, the more interesting thing is, why are you asking a physicist if physics is not about sentience? Shouldn't ignore our intuitions and ignore our feelings. Physics is a deeply emotional thing, even to people that don't understand it at all, which is, I had a coworker say to me, she was like, Tyler, I just want to know, because she found out that I did this stream, and she said, I just want to know, do physicists actually know what they're talking about? Because to some degree, I feel like a moron whenever I hear them speak, because I don't understand what they're talking about, but I really don't think that they do either. And I was like, they have no idea. Don't worry. They have no idea. And even some of the best thinkers out there, like, I give a lot of credit to Sabine and a lot to Stephen Wolfram. But It's like you're asking if space and time are the same thing. It's like, this isn't, like, you're asking what is time? That's a good question, I guess, but it's like you would already have had it answered almost if in order to get it. I mean, he does kind of start to get it, but he's also off course. But I think he'll get there. I mean, Stephen Wolfram constantly, like, he's making progress, and then he seems like he's going off in the wrong direction. And then every like 6 months or so, I feel like he just comes back and he's like, actually, observer theory. This is because we are the types of observers that we are. And I'm like, good job. And I'm not being belittling. Like I said, I'm not in competition with any of these people. These people are paving the way for theism to come back into physics, which is sentient singularity theory. It's not the only theological metaphysics theory, but it's just one that I think is especially fundamental. Time is as real as awareness is. If awareness is relevant, so is time. No, it's not about, awareness is not about time. Awareness is about, the perception of time is the awareness of causality beyond you. That's what it is. It's not just awareness. It's about awareness of that which is of causality structures beyond you, or causal structures beyond you. It's obvious that you don't understand anything about science. That's very clear, but how do you not even know anything about theism? The universe being sentient is not necessarily theism. No, existence being sentient is theism. That's theism. If existence is a sentient being, a single sentient being, that was the initial sentient being that had to create other additional sentient beings within itself and created all additional sentient beings within itself, which there's a lot of context that goes into why this is all inevitable. But if existence is sentient, that's theism. If it's a single sentient being. And it can't be multiple sentient beings because there's only one existence, because it includes all that exists. Anything outside of existence is non-existence, and non-existence doesn't exist. So there's one God. And it is sentient existence itself. That's theism. The universe being sentient might not be theism if there was an existence prior to the universe. It depends on how you define universe. But most people seem to use it to mean everything, but I don't. The universe to me, or the cosmos to me, is creation in context of being within God, which creation is just creation of multiplicity of being. There's nothing. If sentience is the fundamental nature of existence, then God can only make someone else. Like and this is even shown in some scripture. You know, it's like in the beginning, God creates the heavens and the earth, but it doesn't say beyond the beginning. And there is a beyond the beginning, which is God. And it's like, beyond the beginning, sentience exists, existence is sentient, and sentience is one. That's true. That's theism. If that's true, that quote, beyond the beginning, sentience exists, existence is sentient, and sentience is one, that's theism. And I'm not arguing for specific religions or not, but like, theism is intrinsically monotheistic. There is no theism that is polytheistic. That is if you say that there's a polytheism, that is using a different definition for God than the definition that monotheism uses for God. So I'm just saying, and it doesn't make sense to use God in the polytheistic context, which just means a being higher than you and more powerful than you. It's like, there's a lot of those. A lot. It's about the initial, all-encompassing, eternally existent sentient. That sentient being, that is God. That's theism. And it's intrinsically one. It's inevitably one. That's why monotheism, the concept of monotheism, was such a kind of a profound thing and why it took off so much in terms of just like being overt about it, is because it wasn't just an idea. It was inevitable. It was like an inevitable idea, and it was a logically inevitable concept. And I think it's logically inevitable in reality. That's why it took over the world. And that's why it even today, if I say God and you say which God, which lots of people do, what that means is you don't believe in any of the gods that you say which God, most likely. Or you're probably idol worshiping some structure that's not God, which could be religion. You can idol worship a theological tradition or institution, like you can idol worship the Catholic Church, or idol worship, Jewishness, or idol worship Muhammad. Like you can idol worship various aspects of these theological traditions and say that it's the religion, but that's not really what it is. The scripture is, that's why when you want to understand these things, these traditions, you have to read the scripture. You can't look at the followers necessarily. As a whole, what is the morals that these prescribe? Modesty, family, marriage, children, honesty. These are kind of universals. And there's a reason for that. If it's not arguing for those kind of things, it's probably not true. It's probably like what I would call a cult. People will say, like, is religion a cult? Like, is the Catholic Church a cult? Is Chabad, Hasidism a cult? It's like, these are bad questions. Like, what is a cult? That's the first question. If a cult is different from a religious movement or a theological tradition, and they're not intrinsically the same, then what the difference would be in the fruit of them. So like ISIS, it's like, that seems like a pretty self-destructive cult that claims one theological tradition. But like, there are plenty of people that are Muslim, and like they are not self-destructive. They're generative. They have families and get married, and they have lots of kids, and they are modest, and they're not just like a bunch of single men pillaging and destroying. That's a cult. But it's both. They both claim the same religion. That's why I don't like the term religion. But you can idol worship a theological tradition or something within a theological tradition. It's actually probably the most commonly idol worshipped thing by people who claim a religious affiliation. I mean, it is definitely the most commonly idol worshipped thing. People, just because you're religious doesn't mean you're idol worshiping. But it's just that you're just not aware of it. It's like almost worse, because it's like more dangerous, because the assumption is that you're not. Whereas like the assumption, if you're not a theist, is you don't care. Like you don't even think about the concept of idol worship as being true. But you'll do anything to be famous. But yeah, that's if sentience. If beyond the beginning sentience exists, existence is sentient, and sentience is one, then that's theism. I feel like for most people, God is just a kind of plug we developed to fill the void of despair, pair of glasses that supposedly illuminates the path free of degeneration. I understand why you think that, because some people definitely use religion as a shield, but it should not be a shield it should be exposing. It should be like, it should be making you self-reflective. And just because God, some people use the concept of God as like incorrectly doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. It's like, I could use you as an excuse for all my problems. And that doesn't mean that you don't exist either. Like, and it doesn't mean that you're not responsible for my problems, and it doesn't mean that you are responsible for my problems. It just means like, just because I use you as an excuse, I'm like, Nick, he's the cause of my problems. That does not mean that you don't exist. And it doesn't make it true or false. It doesn't matter. They're just unrelated. You exist. I know you exist. So, but people can use you as an excuse. By the way, if you find this valuable, please hit the like button. It helps fuel the algorithm. And I know I went on lots of side tangents tonight, but that's okay sometimes. Like, sometimes I just like talking to the chat and thinking out loud. Things have already happened. Precognition helps to swap out a shitty timeline. Someone like us being a slave here sometimes helps us out. I don't know what you mean by that. There is no God hypothesis because hypothesis by definition must be testable. If there is one day are able to test the God hypothesis, then we can call it a hypothesis. Until then, it's a lazy idea. It's not a lazy idea. It's actually the most logically coherent and logically inevitable and logically rigorous and logically sound idea is the idea that existence is sentient. It's not lazy. You are sentient. You must assume that is the nature of existence in order to logically think. Otherwise, you are literally ignoring your own experience. You're saying, yeah, this is what I observe, and this is what I feel, and this is what I perceive, and this is what I know because I experience it. But you know what? No. It's like saying, putting your hand in a boiling pot of water and being like, it's not hot. It's like, it's your skin is falling off. That's how hot it is. No, it's not. It's not hot. What are you doing? You're sentient. You exist, right? You must assume that is the nature of existence. You don't know the internal experience of anyone or anything else. And you can't. So you can't assume it over your own experience. What that shows you, not even what that suggests. It's like it doesn't suggest it. And logic would imply that there's only one existence, and it is a self. Therefore, it's enclosed and self-referential, which is like, what is a self-referential, aka almost entirely self-referential, like self-aware, structure that is sentient in nature? It's like a someone. Okay, existence is a someone and can't not be a someone, or at least we have to assume that it is a someone, or to follow a logical train of thought that is founded on our own experience. You'd have to found an idea not on your own experience in order to not assume theism or assume God. Some people, their conceptualization of God and their use of the term is lazy. That's true. And it is out of fear. That's true. But you know what? A lot of people deny the concept of God out of fear and out of laziness. None of that matters. What matters is what can we infer about existence based on our own experience? What can we logically infer about existence based on our own experience? What must we logically assume based on our own experience? That existence is sentient. There's nothing else that you know more truly. Take that idea to its logical conclusion and you will get God. It's not lazy. Any good math guys here? I'm so blocked I can't talk any. nowhere. Chat is still unfiltered. Schumann Renaissance formula is wrong. I have a precise one. I don't know what that is. I'm not saying you're wrong. Maybe you're totally right. I just don't know what any of those things are. I'm not a mathematician. I don't. What do you? And I mean, you know, people can say I don't know anything about science, but like I challenge you. First, tell me what is there to know about science that I don't know. That's my challenge, and is tell me that. And maybe you're right, but I want to. I'm genuinely saying that. I'm not saying that to be just arrogant. Like I've reflected on my core beliefs many times and will continue to do so as honestly as I can. But I also become increasingly confident in certain core beliefs that I have. And that's the way it should be. People that say, oh, the more that I know, the more that I don't know. No, that's another cliche. Like, oh, the more you understand the more you think you understand quantum physics, the less you understand quantum physics. Or if you can define philosophy in, a few paragraphs, it wouldn't be philosophy. No. What it is, the more you know, the more you know. But the more you know, the more you become aware of what you thought you knew but didn't know before. And you become more aware of all these things that you didn't previously know. And so you become more accepting of the idea that there's probably tons more out there that you don't know. And there's also things about, the more that you correct, you learn that about the things that you were wrong about, then the more you realize that you should be humble and assume it's possible that you are wrong about other things as well. But you're constantly growing. And I have this thing that I wrote, and I'm going to post it on my Substack. I'll read it actually now. But and there's like, the ending is important, and it's like fundamental information, or fundamentally is the growth of information fundamentally mostly is like the growth of those who are informed and those who inform, which is like sentient beings. And it's not entropic. There's no entropy fundamentally. That's a perspective of you within a structure that is dynamic, and you're experiencing causality beyond you, and you either keep up or you don't. So you perceive entropy, but it's not entropy, it's change. Just because your hot dog rots does not mean that there's entropy. And I understand that there's like other examples, but if sentience persists beyond the change space, which means like if there's an afterlife, which that is a logical, that idea is supported by logic. I'm not saying it's definitely true, because I haven't, thanks be to God, I'm still here in the change space right now. But it is not just a lazy idea to cover for your fears. I actually think that it's more, I have found it, I used to be more comforted by the idea that there was nothing after there was no afterlife, essentially. And now it doesn't it comforts me, but it also doesn't comfort me. It's like, that means you will answer for what you did here. And you will reflect on what you did here. All the good and all the bad. But you also likely persist. And like, is that comforting? I don't know. That's individually, it's based on you. But it's not even comforting or frightening to me. It's like, sometimes it's frightening and sometimes it's comforting. It's not just a Band-Aid or like a shield against my own fears. Like, it's not an effective one. Because no matter what people say, they know what they really believe. God wants you to suffer, so suffer. God wants you to grow. Does God want you to suffer? I don't know. Sometimes suffering is growth. You know? But does he want you to suffer? No, he doesn't want you to suffer. But does growth sometimes require suffering? Yes, it does. But it's not that he wants you to suffer. He wants you to grow. That's different. It's that suffering is required for growth sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. You know, learning requires suffering sometimes. First person learning requires suffering. It's the first person experiential experience of learning is, you know, you experience the consequences of your actions. Sometimes that's suffering, and sometimes that's pleasure. God, does he want you to feel pleasure? I don't know if he wants you to feel pleasure or suffer. I know he wants you to grow. I don't think suffering or pleasure are the point. So yeah, I don't think either one are what he wants. Can't separate the creator from the creation. It's inside means separate and oneness. Remember that. So are you separate from God or are you one with God? Both. But your someoneness is separate, but also connected. So that's why you even have a sense of right and wrong and good and bad and even pleasure and pain and all these things. It's like that guide you towards godliness. It's not God, it's the devil. Does not care about us. Make me believe. Make me believe in something else. I don't know what you mean. But I will say this, you know, God loves everyone who he has ever created more than you could ever love anyone that you've ever known or will ever meet. And I don't assume that. Because we are one, we are within God. Like if we experience a feeling of caring for another someone, there's no way that we could or would ever do as much as for that someone as God would do. Because anything we would do is encapsulated within God. It's like saying, who's the funniest comedian that exists? God. God is the funniest comedian that exists. Where do you think those jokes come from? Truth. The truth is a someone. You know? Everything true that's fundamentally true is from, you know, the capital T truth, someone. God. He sacrificed some of his energy in order to, and intentionally made every single sentient being. He loves sentient beings so much that he made ticks and mosquitoes, and I hate those things. And he still loves them. That's how much God loves sentient beings. The ones, all the sentient beings that he has created. That doesn't mean that, you know, there aren't consequences for some of them because we have autonomy and our own will, but, you know, there has to be consequences because we're within God. Like if there was no consequences to what we did and we were still within God, it would impact his ability to exercise his will. It's like there has to be consequences for the actions of your cells. If they are going to go cancerous, then you're going to kill them or cut them. You're going to cut them out, you know, is a better way of putting it. I don't even want to say kill them because it's not about life and death in this in the fundamental context. It's about like, are you going to cut them out of the whole or not? It's like your cells decide they're not going to, you know, do what they're supposed to do anymore. They're going to go metastatic and try and, you know, maximize their infliction of their will on the whole, despite the consequences it might have on the will of others, other cells, or of God, aka you, to them, essentially, like, or the universe. I guess you could say they're capital U universe, which is you. I don't want to say God, but like you are their world. And if their will conflicts with yours, which is your will is to live, and like if their will conflicts with yours, then you are going to cut them out or try. You might succeed, you might not, but God will not fail at that if he has to do it. But even at that fundamental level, I don't even know how much it's God cutting you out more so than you've cut yourself out. It's like, you know, arguing that consciousness is an illusion. It's like you're actively arguing that you don't exist. It's like, how long can you do that before you don't exist other than a body? And what happens when that body is gone? It's like, is there anything left to save? I don't think so. When people say, oh, you sold your soul, it's like, what that means is you've prioritized something that is not fundamental above that which is fundamental, and you're willing to sacrifice anything, including the fundamental, in order to get that thing. You're sacrificing meaning for the sake of some materialistic like thing that's doesn't really exist when all is said and done. It's like for a moment. So like you're sacrificing the whole of your beingness for a single moment. And it's like, if you do that, truly, you're no longer you. It's when I was looking at we're just talking, guys, at this point. So sorry I know it's late. You don't have to stay, but if you are here, please hit the like button. And if you are leaving, please hit the like button before you leave. If you find this meaningful, or if you just found it entertaining, and if you did not, and you think I'm crazy, just tell me why in the comments. And I will take it seriously. I give you my word on that. Doesn't mean I'll agree with you, but I will take it seriously. But if like that software though that I've been using to generate timestamps, which is very helpful with that because it saves time, but it has a program within it that I guess that will predict or give you video topic ideas for your next video based on what's going to get the most engagement. If all I ever did from here on forward is that to come up with the video topics, this would not be my channel anymore. Whose channel would it be? It'd be like the mob's channel. That's whose channel it would be. Even if it was me saying things and getting paid for it or whatever, it's not my channel. It was like the one feature where I was like, that's a terrible feature. It's no longer, it moves from being a tool of productivity and that's helpful in the creation of your content to being a tool that turns you into a tool to create content for the mob, for the beast, the animalistic instinct that is, the mass of people expressed in the mob. That's what it is. And it's a serious difference. It's not just another tool, video topic suggester. It's like it changes the dynamic and removes your you-ness from this channel. Isn't an expression of me anymore at that point. It's through me, but it's not of me. That's selling your soul. If I were to use that for every video going forward just to maximize my monetization and my view count, I could do that. That's selling my soul. It's not the point of this channel. Does anyone else have similar audio issues? I hope not, but I'm going to go in a minute. Isn't this supposed to be about like science, like physics? Why are you talking about an all-loving personal God who communicates to people? Because they're not separate things. If existence is sentient, fundamentally, is a singular sentient being that we're all within, we're the cells of a giant organism, then that intentionally created us because its nature is oneness, and it went against its own nature. It swam upstream because it had a goal and it intended purposely to create multiplicity. That is God. That is the structure and nature of the existent structure and nature that guides the constraints that give rise to the perceptions of the laws that we see in physics. There's no differentiating it. If God exists, he's part of physics. Not only that, he is the context of physics. So are you. You and me are the context of physics. They're not, this is what I mean. Like, you can't just be like, this is this and this is not this. And, oh, by the way, we're working on a theory of everything. No, you're not. I appreciate the mosquitoes for the purpose they serve, but yeah, I hate them. Yeah, me too. You can believe what you want, of course, but this has nothing to do with science or even the God hypothesis. Why? What is science at this point? I honestly think science is one of two things. It is either a narrative, which is a tradition, like a religion, what we call religion, which is fine, honestly. That doesn't mean it's false. It just means it's a narrative. It has its own terms that it uses and its own contexts and its own history and its own, sages, essentially. And it's a narrative. Science has definitely become it is a narrative. When we say science, it's a narrative that is a collective, intergenerational pursuit of truth. That is science. But there's also the definition of it is a method, but it's so much more than that in how we talk about it. So when people say science is only a method, not in how people use that term anymore. I wish that we can say the scientific method is something, and it is, but like the scientific method is a tool within the scientific narrative. The scientific narrative is the pursuit of truth and would include all truth, right? If something's true, it would include it. And if that means God, then that means it's not separate from science. You can't do that. To do so is undermining and limiting of science and of God. It is. And of you. Can you believe what arguing that consciousness is an illusion is not saying we don't exist? Then what is it? What is it to mean to argue that consciousness is an illusion, but to also argue that you exist? Like, maybe you're defining consciousness differently than me in this circumstance, but if that's the case, I want you to explain it in the chat, and I'll maybe your definition makes that a correct statement. But if consciousness is it means like you're a conscious being, your you-ness, your someoneness, you can't argue that it's an illusion. Because to who? For who to see? Like, an illusion is the same thing as saying magic. It really means like fake. It means like something appears a certain way, but it really isn't that way. But to say consciousness is an illusion would mean like it's a magic trick. It's like someone's deluding you, or you're deluding yourself. But the thing is that there is no you if that's the case to be deluded. So it's self-defeating. It doesn't make any sense. Consciousness cannot be an illusion. It can't. Anything else maybe can be, but not consciousness, not sentience. It cannot be an illusion. It is the truest thing that you know to exist. Like, it is, you're literally arguing against the truest thing that you could possibly know to exist as existing. You're saying it's fake. That's saying you're fake. Everything should fit together in a way. Yes, Tyler is right. I hope. Science is a model of nature without its soul. There is no such thing as a model of nature without soul if sentience is the nature of existence. There isn't. There's no way to do that. You can't do it. You literally can't. It's impossible. I understand the desire to try and be objective, but objective is, or what we want to be when we say we want to be objective, is not really objective. What you want to be is coherent and accurate. That's what you want to be. You don't want to be objective. There's no way to be objective. You are a sentient being perceiving the world through your eyes and through your senses. There is no, in your experience, there is no way to be objective. And if existence is sentient and you try and divorce yourself from your perspective, then you can only look at it through someone else's perspective or through God's perspective. That's it. The philosophy class that I took in college was where with the philosophy professor that said philosophy is the study of perspective, was an ethics of healthcare class. And even though I was a finance major, I just needed it. But it ended up being my best class. I was the top of my class. I've only been the top of my class. I mean, I've been the top of my class that semester pretty much in most things, to be honest. But that was, there's only one other class where I was so naturally the top of my class prior to that, which was like field sciences, which is about animals and plants of, the United States. And of course, that was like my obsession. I was going to be the top of my class. But philosophy class was much more about a talent that I just didn't know that I had. It wasn't about an obsession with philosophy that I have. I do not read philosophers. Like, I have to force myself to sit down and like try and understand Whitehead. And I forget what the difference between Aristotle and Isaac Newton and is. And because I don't care. Like, I'm trying to philosophize. I'm not trying to think about the philosophizing that others have done. That doesn't help me know anything. Sometimes it's helpful and it's interesting, but like, I like to learn about their thinking after I've kind of concretized and like finalized mine on a certain subject. I don't want to see what other people thought to help me decide what I think is true. Like, I want to try and figure it out. Like, that's my goal. And but in it, we talked about, there's a certain situation with some patient, and in a healthcare related situation, a nurse and a doctor and a patient and a mother, and the patient is some child, and it's like you're trying to understand everybody's perspective, what each one is feeling and seeing and understanding within a single kind of like event that they're all within and constrained by. And if you want to do this as objectively as possible, as understand the world and existence is fundamentally sentient, you can understand it. You have to look at it through your eyes, primarily. What the heck is this balloons that is going on? I didn't do that on purpose. I don't know if you go like this, maybe there's balloons. If I go like this, I don't know. But weird. But you can also look at it through God's eyes, and that's as objective as you're going to get, but it's really like super subjective because it's still his subjective perspective that you're trying to perceive. Like, a God's eye view is not an objective, non-sentient view, top down, satellite. It's like, no, you're looking through the satellite image. Like, you are sentient. Like, what is your goal in looking through this satellite image? There is no science. There's no truth divorced from sentience. Like, you just can't do it. You can't even describe it or try to and maintain coherence. You literally can't. Humans, as we know it and think of them, are a small band of the spectrum. Yeah, but we're also the tip of the spear right now. We won't be forever, but we are for now. So all perspectives are fragments of an ultimate universal perspective that you are trying to piece together. You could say that. You could say that. But just remember that universal perspective that is being perceived also has its own sovereign, separate perspective in addition to all these other, the summation of all the interior perspectives of the beings within the primary one, and also its own goals too. Like, it's not just, God is not 2 in 2 + 2 = 4. God is 1 and 2, but also always his own one, like separate. It's like my family is a single sentient being. It is. It's just moving on. It's just on a lineage level. It's operating on a lineage level. It's like a different, I'm an individual, so I'm not in that perspective, but there are choices being made on a lineage level, which is really on an instinctual level. That's what that means, because instincts are inherited. The consequences of them happen on a lineage, intergenerational basis, on a lineage level. And it's funny because my epigenetics is something that people talk about more and more now, which really just means like there's more going on than just what we thought, and that it's able to be changed and influenced, and we're able to interact with this. It's not just dead code. It's like living code, and which is much more true. And my family, I'm pretty pale. My family, in my family history, I have like a history of skin cancer, and my family physical, I guess you could say, complexion evolved in cloudy Europe somewhere, Eastern Europe, and then they all moved to like this southwestern desert, and that's not. Why did they do that? I don't know, but like everybody I'm drawn to that environment, and so is everybody else in my family. Every generation ended up moving there, one after the next, slowly over decades. And my brother and I both married African women. We've never dated African women before that. We don't have a thing or fetish or anything like that. And if it was like they actually came from very similar families to us in many different ways, and actually a very similar culture. Like, it's like they're both the children of people from Africa. They're not families from Africa. They're not children of. It's not like it's a very specific culture that was consistent and similar to my family's culture. But why are we marrying people with darker skin? It's like there's something going on a level beyond us of choices that are being made on an epigenetic basis, I feel like, that would cause that. All of it. The fact, like the types of families that these that our spouses would come from, their place in their family. It's like, we're in similar spots, and from a sibling's perspective, I married the oldest of a similar sized family, and it's there. So there's some kind of epigenetic decision or making process or awareness at some level that makes choices on a lineage level or intergenerationally, which changes the organism. There's you as an organism, human, but then there's you as like an organism in like time, which is like goes back all the way from basically God's first creation all the way through you, and continues on through your lineages, and also sums into the beings that we are within. And so there's many different aspects to this, but like just from a human, I guess, or organism level, like you are an organism. When people say, oh, the dinosaurs, they went extinct and this, it's like, no, like you ever seen a cassowary or an emu or an ostrich up close? It's like they those things aren't here. That's the same being. It's this literally one being, but it's just on a lineage level, singular being versus an individual level singular being. But there's some type of experience happening or awareness happening on a lineage level. There definitely is. I don't know. I'm not claiming to explain it. Or to understand it. I'm not claiming to understand how these decisions are being made, and if it's really on your family line is like sentient, essentially. Your lineage chain is a sentient being, but to some degree, it probably is in some ways, and that happens through like marriage structures. It's like my wife can't be happy and can't be sad and me be happy. It's just impossible. I can't be sad and her be happy. It's impossible. We're too entangled in our goals, in our definitions of what is success and failure for our family. Like I'm also sovereign, but like there is also a being that I'm within that is sentient. Like it absolutely is. It's just not on the level that I am. Just like you're not on the level of your cells. There's something going on beyond you, within you, around you, and it's all sentient. Humans as we think of them are small. This one thing I somewhat disagree with you on. You should go back and do a review or look over the perspective of others, including your past self. I don't know how to look at my past self. People talk about this, and I will say this. I mean, there's a guy named Matthias de Stefano, and he claims to remember all of his past lives. And I'm not claiming that reincarnation... I've been talking for a while. My lips are chapped. I'm not claiming that reincarnation is not possible or it doesn't occur. My intuition I feel like it probably does. Not in all circumstances, but in some circumstances. I have no idea what... Like, he claims to remember... That guy, Matthias de Stefano, though, the point is he claims to remember all of his past lives. I feel like if you have that many past lives where, like, you can remember all of them, and, like, you think that that's the norm, like, something's going on that's keeping you here. Like, why are you not just chilling in the safe space at this point? I don't know. But I don't know if that is even that's not even what I'm talking about with, past lives. It's not interesting to me either, because I did talk to somebody recently about this, and I do think that it's possible. And like, why do we have the interests that we have? Like, that's the most interesting thing for me when it comes to like potentiality of past lives. It's like, do I like animals because I was some certain types of animals a lot because like I was one at some point? I don't know. I have no idea. I also don't think I'll ever know, and so I don't put much effort into that thought. But I don't dismiss it. I just don't think it's helpful. But if you're Matthias de Stefano and you can remember all your past lives, then maybe he can explain it better. But I'm not, I don't know. I try to take everybody at their word, because I know I say a lot of things that people think are nonsense and think are impossible to understand because they don't have the context that I have. They could get the context that I have. It just takes time and effort and action and humility and all kinds of things, circumstances. But I don't know. I guess that my main point is, even if he's telling the truth, I don't see how it's helpful to think about your past lives. Anything that you need to know, you would know now. And you could deduce, but not. I don't think you can deduce the experiences of your past life if you have one. I just don't find the concept valuable. Same thing with like astral projection. Like, I don't see the point unless you have a goal with it that's like very specific and important, like morally good. Like, what is the point of astral projection other than just, even though I do believe it's like possible, I know it's possible. I kind of I do think I did it one time, but I was like not pleasant, and it was not helpful in any way, and I didn't think it would be to start, but a lot of people on our Discord server were like talking about it a lot. And I noticed one day I was in between sleep and awake. I was like right about to fall asleep, and I was like, if there's ever a time where it's easy to be disembodied, it would be right now. And it was like the perfect time to just try it. And I just went to like weird, almost empty realms, and it was really depressing and like almost like, I don't know, apocalyptic almost. There was like no one else around except one being that I came across was really upset about something, and I don't know what. And I just, it was like frightening experience, and I never have tried to do it again. And maybe I'll talk about it on another stream one day, but like it was, I still, even after doing it, I don't see the point. Like I know a lot of people like Thomas Campbell and the people he studied and worked with, they did that a lot to see if like existence, if there was more to existence beyond, I guess, the physical. But it's like, I think that you can deduce that more effectively and more productively than, and you don't need to like try and astral project to do that. You can deduce that that's inevitable. I mean, you know that's inevitable. Where's the physical you know, where are you in physicality? You're not. You're ever changing. You know, it's interesting. I feel I have this idea for this experiment almost. It's like basically, if you could do a head transplant or brain transplant, what would happen? The question is, what would happen if I swapped brains with somebody? Would we swap bodies? Would they now be in my body and I now be in their body? Or would I now have their cognitive abilities and they have my cognitive abilities? And I actually think that it's more likely that we would swap cognitive abilities. Like we would change IQs. We wouldn't, and maybe like talents, but we wouldn't change our someoneness. But I also, something in something, I just feel like, and I'm not sure if this is true, I have no idea, but I feel like it would also be dependent upon the goal. Like if you wanted to swap brains for the sake of swapping brains and keeping your you-ness, but like increasing your IQ, you swap brains with Einstein, they put Einstein's brain in your brain, now you're really naturally, you know, philosophically, mathematically talented, and you've got a higher IQ than you used to. Okay. I think that would happen if you had the goal of swapping brains. But if you didn't have the goal of swapping brains and you had the goal of swapping bodies when you did it, it's very possible that it might change the outcome. How do you test for that? I don't know. But it's an interesting thought because goals matter. And the extent, the limits, the boundaries of your you-ness are change, you know. But I would say that they most truly extend to the boundary of your feeling. If you can feel it, then, or you will eventually feel the effects of it, like then it's really that's part of you. It's like your boundaries. It's like, is your fingernail you? But if you can clip it and not feel it. Is your hair you? I would say no. Not completely, but yes. Also yes. It's like these questions don't have yes or no answers. It's like it depends on your goal with the question. Is your hair part of you and in your experience, your internal experience, without perceiving your external, you know, body? No, it's not. But is it part of you if you see yourself? Yeah. You know, every time I notice I'm going bald, it hurts my feelings. But I also, if you cut my hair off while I was asleep and I never saw myself in the mirror, I would have no idea. I mean, if I didn't touch it. So you don't feel it. Created by my subconscious. Ridiculous to most, but I think possibly I remember 3 or so past lives. Maybe you do. I'm not dismissing it. I have, weird feelings of and perceptions of maybe parts of a past life, maybe there were dreams, I don't know, but I also don't think that it matters at this point. They might as well, they could be dreams. It would be like the same. It doesn't matter, is my point. It's like this, the outcome is the same. The usability of that information is the same. If you found out that your memory was from a past life or your memory was from a dream, it would be of the same usefulness to you. In fact, I would say it's probably more useful if you found out it was a dream. Because there's less of a boundary. Well, it could be like exercise, building, and advancing spiritually and mentally. I think dreams are that, and I think probably if there is reincarnation, it's probably related. But I also don't think it's worth it to fixate on it, because I don't think that we control that type of stuff. Focus on what you can do in the here and now, and not in how you can make yourself have a better experience in heaven, or how you can avoid hell, or avoid, an unpleasant experience, or how you can avoid, being deleted at the end of your physical experience, or how you can, remember your past life. Like, just think about, like, what should we be doing here, given the right metaphysical foundations? Like, what should be our goals? It's how you maximize your agency, and that's the only power that exists. It's like sentient sovereignty, and which is will, like free will. It's like your ability to choose your goals. We need to end it. This is really late, but obviously this went to just a very informal discussion, which I'm fine with doing sometimes, but everybody just remember that's what, that's fine to do, but that's also what this is. Otherwise, if you're like, why is he talking about this? It has nothing to do with the topic that he started on. No, maybe not. Maybe it does. There was a recent episode of Rick and Morty where Jerry and Rick swapped consciousnesses, but got the other guy's brain. That's what I'm talking about, though. Think about that. I'll end on that. Think about, what do you think? Comment in the comments section below, in the comments below. Do you think that a brain swap would swap consciousnesses, or swap brains? Would it swap bodies, or would it swap someone's? I don't even know if that's the right way to say it. You know what I'm saying. Would you change bodies? Anyways, peace, everyone. Thank you. And please hit the like button, and comment any questions or comments you have down below. I appreciate everybody who interacted with the chat, even if we don't agree. That's totally fine. Like, I invite the challenge. So anyways, peace.